Y'all gifting subs when I haven't even started yet? Come on, guys. Give me some chance. Now we love it. We can dive right in. How y'all doing today? Happy Thursday? Post-Christmas Day? Sup, nerds? Oh, shit. Hey, Mitchell. I mean, I am down. I would love for you if you would like to come by and chat. I'm very down. I don't know how much it would help. I'm filming a video about Ghosty here, obviously. It's been my terminal of choice for a while now. Like, quite a while now. I already have, like, the angle and the plan set, but having you to make sure I understand the scope of things is never a bad thing. Just watch and hang works for me. Awesome. Yeah, no pressure in the slightest. If you're here to answer questions and stuff in chat, that's even more helpful. How is Ghosty better than everything else? That's a great question that I'll be sure to answer in just a bit. Let me thank all the people who are subscribing as we get started here. Jesus, you guys are going crazy. We got Ben M here dropping a bunch of gifts. I know it's not just Ben, though. Right as we got started, I love Lost Zenith resubbing when I was not live, but around when I would have otherwise been live. Legend. We got PQ. I'm calling you PQO. With the tier 1 6 months in. Thank you so much for that. Locked and coded the legend. Tier 3, 28 months. Been around as long as you basically have is possible. Always good to see you, man. Hope you had a great Christmas. Valorant starting us strong with the 2 gift bomb. Shepley following up fast with that 10 gift bomb. You guys are crazy getting us started with the level 8 hype train. Jesus. Merry Christmas to me. We haven't had that many people subbing in a while. We got Swim Bike Run Club with the Prime. We got Lap here 6 months in. Thank you so much for the support. Nightmare 965. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. BD Marlin with the Prime. Ed here with the tier 1, 13 months in. I also saw some gift subs on YouTube. I'll come thank you guys in a second. We got Ryan here with the Prime, 3 months in. Thank you so much for that. Ben dropping this too, just talking to the boys with the state of hiring. Yeah, I'm happy that it's a good video. I recorded it a while ago, but I'm proud of that one. Wait, is that actually Valorant? Why? Why is Valorant gifting subs in my channel? Oh, interesting. When you gift subs, Valorant gift subs too. Cool, I'll take it. Thank you, Valorant. Feels like blood money. Not a big League fan. Ronan throwing the gift over to Mitchell. Denny Dev here with the tier 2 legends. The few, the proud, the tier 2s. Baskar 1408, the Prime. 30 months from Gabriel, fucking legend. Ben with the 5 bomb. Valorant following it up. NTBG Goat with the Prime. Same thing with Prime. Makes sense. And we got the 5 bomb over here from Paul Phillip. Thank you so much for that. Shepley, goddamn, trying to cost Valorant a bunch of money, are we? Appreciated a ton with the 10 additional gifts, followed by Valorant's 4. We're going to have a ton of subs again. We've been relatively low on the subs. I haven't been streaming as much. It's my fault. I'm not going to blame anyone but myself for it. I just need to go live more if I want subs. Deadlock channel. I stopped playing when they nerfed the fuck out of my champ. All I've been playing is Persona 3 Reload. And believe me, I want to be playing Persona 3 right now. Ooh. I was playing Grey Talon. I want to see these change logs quick. Loading a website's not that hard. Come on. There we go. Is the change log on GitHub, I'm assuming? Oh, release notes. Jesus Christ, Shepley. Going nonstop with the gift bombs. Thank you so much for the support. We really appreciate that. I have this in all chat, right? Yeah, cool. PoE2, I'm scared. I'm currently a productive human being, and if I touch that, that will change fast. Thank you. We got Cooper and Locked encoded here today. That's dangerous. I feel like there's like snipers full of money pointed at me, and if I'm not careful, they're gonna start a gifting war, and I don't want that. We got too much to record, guys. Don't spam me with the gifts too hard. We have filming to do. Thank you, Ninja Bit, for the 11 months. Furtive Spy, 8 months too. You guys have been around for a while. It's great. Shepley Ram with the 5 gift bomb as well. Thank you. You're what, like 25 this stream? Jesus Christ. I kind of want to dive straight in. I couldn't find the amusing notes here. Is there like something I should be looking for? Lock, god damn it. I knew, fuck. 25 from Locked. Zen got a copy URL shortcut? Yes! Yes! That's the make or break for me that I was waiting for. God, am I going to start 2025 with a new terminal and browser? Oh, Shepley, you gifted another 5 a minute ago. Did I miss that one? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, thank you all for the gifting. It's absolutely insane. Let's see. URL's been copied to the clipboard. Look at that. Just Command-Shift-C. All I ever wanted. Whew. We're getting so close. So close. Did they add my ability to turn off that animation? Reduced motion affects my whole computer. I'd like for it to just affect the browser, because when it affects my whole computer, it breaks a lot of animations on a lot of other sites. We're close. I'll play with it more later. Animation can be disabled via about config. Okay. You guys know how to take care of me very well. I'm just going to copy this and trim the part I want this way. Zen. There we go. It still animates out, it looks like. Yeah. Maybe I have to restart after applying that. Oh. Oh. It's so I think it's time. I think I might have a new browser, guys. Huh. Like, that was my holdout. And it is fixed. It is inconvenient to move midstream, but I am tempted. I'm going to let these ads run, even though nobody's going to get them because there were so many gift subs. Then, actually, we'll just go to the ghosty.org now. Shit, category throwing another 5 bomb. God damn it. And Cooper just showed up with the 10. You guys are unstoppable. I'm scared. We got Glass with the Prime and Chase Wave with the Prime as well. I missed more on YouTube. No, that's the same one from earlier. Okay, phew. You did just gift those, right? Yes. Merry Boxing Day. Thank you, Paul. Happy Boxing Day to you. 834 total on the channel. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this mod? I'm scared. Not going to do it. Yeah, the ping site looks great. God, I love Firefox. It's such a stable browser that works so well. We'll figure that out later. That is an achievement, Ben. You should be proud of that. Shepley, how much did you just gift? 35 at once? Jesus Christ. Jesus, thank you all for the support. It's kind of crazy. NMG throwing individual gifts around too for all the people who didn't get hit with the bombs. Valorant going crazy as well. We're at a level 14 hype train. Jesus Christ. Let me hit the record button on the camera. We can get started earlier than usual. We'll aim for 18. I can do 50. Okay. Oh, 1750. Cool. Thank you, Furtive, for the additional pile onto this hype train with the bits. We appreciate it a ton. We got Run Amucker here with the 5 bomb. Thank you all for the support. You guys are crazy. This would basically just be Chrome versus Firefox with like a 20% hit on each. Yo, Ferd, thanks for stopping by. I mean, there's a lot of different levels of knowledge about Web3. I was in Bitcoin in like 2012, and I've kept an eye on it for a while. I got a decent bit of money in. So all viewers already have subs. Yeah, I guess people who have been here before. It's pretty hard to run out of people who have ever viewed the channel to throw gifts at. Bill me later. I did see this, yes. Did you DM it to me? It's a cool concept. I personally don't like the public things like this where you have to publicly say you want to be reminded about this, because then people get their hopes up because they see me reply that. They're like, oh, Theo's going to talk about this, do a video about this, use it. So I can't do that. I did. I have it in the list. Got a bunch of fun stuff today. We got Ghosty, Roll Down, Skip. It's a new framework. Fancy. Should be enough to like keep today full. And I really want to do this today too. I don't have a cool Ghosty screenshot to send. My Ghosty setup's pretty boring. Time to talk about Ghosty? Oh, that's the old stream info. I love when YouTube does this. This gaslights me so hard because it's in the done state from the previous thing I checked. And even though I'm in a different stream, it keeps that state because it's bad. Turns out client state is hard. I don't have a couple dozen hours to put into something like that right now. I like games that I can be done with. That's why I'm liking Persona so much, because I know once I finish it, it's over and I'm done, which is very nice. At the end of the hype train, thank you all for the support. Level 14. Jesus Christ. Thank you all. You clearly have no idea how much I've talked about this. There is no tool that comes close to Notion for what we are doing. And to suggest otherwise is to intentionally ignore how much capability Notion has as a product. If this was just like second brain for me to collect information, cool, awesome, use whatever you want. But this is a tool I use to run a team and a business that makes a lot of content, has a lot of moving parts, has a lot of people. I don't care about what format it's being stored in their goddamn servers. That is the furthest thing from my concern. I have not actually looked into any type, but I guarantee it does not even come close with the database product. Docs. Relations. I need to see relations in the database. Okay. Yeah, I know about Airtable. It's just not for us. Notion is like a really good in-between of these things. Like, I don't want to go into it, but the amount that we're using relations now is kind of insane. Yeah, this is a Notion alternative. I don't care. Notion's not great, but it solves my problems really well. It's just like there are certain things that the types of people who bring them up a lot are the types of people I don't like to talk to. The same people are the ones who are really into Tori, the Electron alternative. It's just a type of person that cares more about the principles of the software they're using than actually getting things done with the software that they're using. And I just don't care. I'm not saying that people who use Obsidian are this type. I'm saying that people who say I'm bad for using Notion are that type. We should get started. We got Sebastian here with the comment that they only use Obsidian for the Excalibur plugin. Fair. God, I would love an Excalibur plugin in Notion. And Ben MQ with the Prime back. Maca Blue with the 501 bits. Thank you all. That's the plan. Let's do it. Let's talk about Ghostty. "25 minutes of stalling. Welcome to starting a stream." That's how it goes. I'm too lazy to set my default to Zen right now. So we'll rock with it. I think I know how I want to start this, yeah. I have a confession to make. Up until very recently, I was using the stock terminal on my Mac. I'm a little bit ashamed, but there are good reasons for it. If you haven't seen my previous video all about how I think about my setup, it's worth a watch. I think it's mostly held up, but there are certain things that, I'll be real, the stock terminal was not good for. And when I made this post back at the end of last year, a lot of people had feedback. I did not realize just how non-standard the stock Mac terminal was and how many problems it caused for CLI devs. And that's ultimately what pushed me over and to start exploring other options. And I did. I explored pretty much all of them, and I have a longer video that I'll probably do in the future about that. Let me know if you're interested. But we're not here to talk about all those different alternatives. We're here to talk about one alternative. We're here to talk about Ghostty, the terminal I've been using for the better part of 6 or 7 months now that I have no intention of switching off of. If you, like me, were not sure, if you're struggling to figure out why if you're not sure why a new terminal might be useful or interesting to you, definitely stick around, especially if you're on other platforms like Linux or maybe even Windows. Ghostty is going to be hard to beat across every platform in basically every way. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. So let's dive in. The Ghostty site, very unassuming, very minimal and simple. The documentation is what actually matters because this project is open source. Actually, I just realized I kind of screwed up the intro. Yeah, I'm going to re-record the intro. We're just going to re-record the whole thing. Marker, chord, Ghostty. Yeah. I have the flow of this in my head. I'm just going to do it again. I have a confession to make. Up until very recently, I've been using the stock Mac terminal. Yes, like the one that comes with your Mac. I've tried others a long time back, but never cared to switch. That somewhat recently changed. I went viral at the end of last year for talking about how I still use the stock terminal. I did not realize how much harder I was making the lives of CLI devs. After trying a bunch of different options, I ended up landing on Ghostty, which was not particularly accessible. You had to apply to get access. But as of today, that has stopped. Ghostty is now available for everyone to use. And I'm going to be straight up. This is probably the terminal that you need to use. We'll justify that in just a minute. I made the mistake. We'll justify it in just a sec. But first, a word from today's sponsor. Cool. I like the flow of that one a lot more. Anyways. Ghostty is not your typical terminal emulator. I would go as far as to say there's a couple different directions terminal emulators can go in. There is standards following. There is flashy features. And there is performance. And pretty much every terminal emulator has picked which of these directions it wants to go in. So like iTerm, I would say is very focused on flashy features. I'll change the font of this so that it's clearer that these are terminals. Cool. So something like iTerm, much more focused on the flashy features, generally standards following, but not particularly performant. Then you have something like the stock terminal, which isn't really on here because it's not performant, it doesn't follow standards, and it has almost no features. It's awful. You have something like Warp, which is written in Rust, so theoretically focused on performance, but from my experience, it was not particularly fast. I don't know where it falls within standards, but it did not work great with things like tmux. Flashy features, it was pretty cool for. And I know something like Kitty is much more focused on performance, but it actually isn't super great for my experience with standards because it did not behave with tmux for me. The reason that I find Ghostty to be so unique is it is somehow one of the best terminals for following standards, the fastest terminal, period. And it has what I would consider the tasteful, minimal set of flashy features with a very interesting goal. One of my favorite things, and I'm going to find it on his Twitter. Here. 99% of users of software want to launch and get it to work. 99% of users of software want to launch it and get it to work. A month ago, I asked Ghostty beta users to share their configs, and I challenged myself to understand why they're not empty. Part of 1.0 has been getting to where I'm confident that 99% of users will have zero config. This is a very, very noble goal. And if you know me and my preference about configuring my machine, go check out my old video if you haven't seen it all about how I have my setup working. I like avoiding config to the best of my ability, not just because it's more to maintain and deal with and configure, but also because it shows that there's more alignment between me and the creator of the software. If I am massively reconfiguring the software, there's a decent chance that the way I use it differs from how the creators use it, maybe even how the community uses it, which means the likelihood that I have problems in the future is much higher. But with this goal, especially with a terminal that's trying to be really fast but this goal, especially with a terminal trying to be fast and standards compliant, is bold. And it's pretty damn close to being there too. But just so you guys know that I'm not talking out of my ass about the performance thing, the only terminal that gets any faster with the Doom Fire, I believe, benchmark. Yeah, Doom Fire. Pretty intense benchmark. Ghostty is so close to being the fastest, and we're talking about more than 10 times faster than the stock terminal app on Mac. And as Mitchell says, all of these are fine. Like if you're using Westterm, Kitty, Alacrity, or Ghostty, all of these options are probably fine in terms of performance, but I found Ghostty to be the least bad by quite a bit. Team, do any of you guys have that Ghostty native article on hand? I don't want to scroll through Discord to go find it. Maybe I have it if I find it. Here it is. Ghosty's native, so what? Oh shit, Mitchell, you're here. Thank you so much. So for those who don't know, the creator, Mitchell, is not some random dev just doing this for fun. He's the founder of HashiCorp. Yes, like the HashiCorp, like the Terraform creators and maintainers. And this is what he's done since, because he wanted a terminal that sucked less. And he certainly made one. Yeah. So what's the secret sauce? What makes Ghostty so special? Well, thankfully, it's not that secret. You can go look at it now on GitHub. Already at 3.4K stars. Up until this public release, the repo has been accessible to all users, but it wasn't public. Now it's finally true standard open source for anyone to do whatever they want to it. But you'll notice some interesting things as we start scrolling through this repo. Here's one of the first ones. 82.6% Zig and almost 8% Swift, with a little bit of C++ and a few other things. This is a Zig-based terminal with bindings for other things, which is what the Swift stuff is for, to make it run proper on Mac. But the project is built with the technologies that compile to be as fast as possible, while also hooking in to the native platform features to the best of your ability. There's kind of two types of native. There is native in terms of the CPU architecture, where the code you're writing compiles natively to the assembly language that your chip actually processes. And then there's native in the sense that the operating system and the environment that you're in has primitives that are in it that may or may not be used. When you use something like React Native, sure, it's JavaScript and it's not compiling to C that compiles to assembly that runs on your chip natively. But with React Native, you're not rendering in a canvas. You're rendering real native elements from the platform. iOS and Android have a native button. And when you render a button, you should render the native button. Native has these two different definitions. And what's interesting about Ghostty is it kind of hits both. There's an awesome article that I highly recommend checking out. I'll be sure it's in the description, called Ghostty is Native. So what? Yeah. First, it calls out the interesting fact that native means different things in different platforms, but for Linux, native's also quite a bit murkier because depending on which environment you're in, native could be something entirely different. GNOME is much more leaning on GTK, and KDE is more on Qt. Ghostty is currently using GTK, but also can use Adwaita, apparently, not as familiar with it. But on macOS, it's full in on Swift and Metal. There are some simple examples, like here, when you use tabs in Ghostty, they feel just like native tabs in macOS, and you have the same shortcuts, like Shift, Command, /. There's the proxy icon, which, what does this even do? Oh, interesting. You can apparently drag from the folder icon to something else or select a different folder straight from there. That's actually super, super convenient. I didn't even know it could do that. Huh. Today I learned. That's super cool. Again, like these are native features that I didn't even know my Mac could do that they're building in. It even has the triple tap lookup feature. So if you want to look something up, you can tap it 3 times and then have their little fancy search built in thing. Secure keyboard entry. This one is huge. Most terminals don't have this for when you're entering something sensitive, like a password. Apparently, the only ones that have it are Ghostty, iTerm2, and Terminal.app, which is the stock Mac terminal. All of those other fancy ones we talked about earlier don't have this because they're really focused on performance. They're not focused on native platform features. So even though they're native in the compiled sense, they're not native in the environment they're working within sense. Window restoration is particularly handy because I'm on the nightlies, so there's a new update every night, and the window restoration brings me right back where I was. That said, I'll admit I have not used too many of these features. I'll show you guys why in a minute. The point being, this article showcases how important native is both in the feature set and in the performance side. And that's what makes Ghostty such a great experience. I've been using it a ton, but you'll notice a few things that are a bit different from my Ghostty setup versus everything we just saw. I'm using Ghostty almost empty because I'm a Tmux guy. If somehow you're not already familiar with Tmux, then I need to do more Tmux propaganda. It's a magical little tool. It's the simplest terminal multiplexer. I could give a long history of how I got into it. The TLDR is that it's a standard thing you can use in your terminal, an application that lets you manage different terminal windows. So if I'm working on a project and I have, let me actually go to a real project. I'm sure I have one around here somewhere. I have way too many terminals open. We'll just go to Sandbox. Too many things here. Let's find a real thing I use in here. Tab, I use this example a lot. Cool. So I have this project I'm working on. I'm going to run it, but I forgot to open up my editor. I could close and run the new command. I could Command T and open a new tab. But what I prefer to do is just use my Tmux hotkey, %, and now I have a split here. And I can use my shortcut to open up my editor just like that. Oh no, I doxed an email. This is really nice. And then if I get an error here that needs more space, I can expand it out by using plus as the hotkey I have. I'm using all my tmux. And all these little features are just so convenient when you get used to them. You learn to navigate your terminal. And it also means switching terminal apps hurts me a bit less because I'm not switching my set of hotkeys and bindings and all the things that exist in the terminal. I'm just using tmux in a different shell. This is both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because I've used the exact same hotkeys for tmux on Linux and on Mac and even on Windows for about 10 years now, give or take. But it also means if the terminal I'm using doesn't support these features well, I'm kind of screwed. And I have run into that way too many times on way too many high-end fancy terminals. They just don't like tmux much. And I don't like terminals that don't like tmux. This terminal seems more than okay with tmux. That said, their built-in tab features, their built-in splits, and all of that does seem really good for the people who want them. Is there a hotkey for it? I don't even know what it would be. How do I create a new split? Command D. Oh yeah. Look at that. I'm already pressing my hotkeys to switch between them and they're not working and I'm going insane. How do you move up and down between them? I want to give it an honest go. I'm going to try this. It's in the file menu. File. Okay, that's interesting. I would have expected it to be in window for a new things like that. It's command forward back. Okay, I see this now. Okay, what's the better top? It's not H top anymore. I have the other one. God, what's it named? I always forget because I don't. A B top. Thank you. I know I have it. Terminal too small. Thankfully, it's a native window, so I can resize it until it is the right size. There we go. Check that out. Dope. Exit. Nice. I'm sticking with tmux because it's what I'm used to, but this all seems totally usable. The hotkeys are actually pretty intuitive, and I might even give it a go because it's easy enough to do. I'm so tmux brained at this point, it's going to be a hard swap. But yeah. I don't mind the splits being dimmed, honestly. It's kind of nice. What was the thing I wanted to run? I could run the Doom Fire thing because people are commenting on that, and it would be cool to see the difference. He probably has the link to the benchmark in the tweet. No? Oh, thank you, chat, as always. I don't even know if I have Zig set up on here. Can I just brew install Zig? Will I be sad if I do this? We'll see how this goes for me. That looks like it's going to work. Screen may be too narrow. I'll make the font smaller. Okay, that's pretty nuts. That's 580 FPS. Let's check activity monitor. I mean, it's using my terminal. Barely using the GPU. It's using my CPU a decent bit, but like 15% load to get over 600 FPS. Yeah, it's going to destroy the stream quality. I'm sorry. Twitch servers crying, bitrate drop from 40 to 5. Hilarious. I'll cover it up the second time, okay? Yeah, let's run that, but covered. Oh, nope. Okay, it's covered now. I promise you it's running very fast. We're getting about 55% CPU utilization. Barely using 20% of my CPU total. It's doing good. Let's compare this to the stock terminal. Zig, build, run. This over it once it's ready. It's breaking really bad. Like, that's not the bit rate. It's going that slow. It's not moving. It claims 72 FPS, but that is not 72 FPS. That's bad. That's real bad. I don't even need to worry about the bitrate problem because it's just running so poorly. And it's using more of my system than the previous test did. It's over 100% CPU utilization right now. Insanity. Zen's freaking out, so we're going to close that too. Yeah, it's bad. But there's a lot of other little things that I've learned to appreciate as I've played more with Ghostty. One of those is the config. As I mentioned before, the config is super minimal. Now let me actually find it quick. Config. I need to remember where it is because I barely ever touch it. Yeah. The config is very middle. God, I can't talk at all. God, where is the Ghostty config on Mac by default? Is it just .config? Yeah, that's where it is. Cool. The config is pretty minimal, and this is all I have. I'll justify all of these. Window padding color background. If I recall, this was because I don't need those keybinds anymore. Yes, thank you, Mitchell. So for those who don't know, one Theoism. I really like Mac's default keyboard navigation. If you hold down Option and you press the arrow keys, it skips word by word, which is really useful in basically every program and with basically everything. If I take a longer command like this, I can Option arrow click to skip words, and it's super quick to get start to finish. But a ton of terminals don't actually pass that through as a Mac binding. They try to do the native terminal behavior, which I don't want. So I have to manually bind this to escape codes to let it have that navigation. But apparently it's not needed anymore, which is really cool. Apparently they're defaults as of 1.0. Awesome. Thank you, Mitchell. The window padding color. God, what did I do this for? The extended padding. So if I turn this off temporarily and I reopen Ghostty, It has a cool feature. Oh, do I not need that anymore either? Cool. It has a cool feature where it tries to put nice padding around the things you're doing. But for Tmux, it was not super happy with me. It was on, I remember what it was. It was when the app wasn't full screen, it adds this little gap. Now I remember. Yeah. When I'm not full screen, it tries to add a gap around things. When I'm full screen, it's fine. But when I'm not, see how it's adding this padding on the bottom? In a lot of setups, and probably in most setups, this is a really cool feature. But when you're already on Oh My Tmux like I am, it just gets in the way. So if I reattach here, shouldn't do that anymore. It looks like I didn't need it though. Like it's doing the same broken behavior here that it was without that. Are you sure I still need it? Seems like I might not. Yeah, not sure if I need it or not anymore. I just know I had some weird bugs with the padding initially, and the Discord was super helpful. I know there was a lot of back and forth on this default because for the types of people who don't use Tmux, it is a better default. For the types who do, it's slightly worse. But the types who use Tmux are also more likely to be the types to do some custom configurations. So it's a weird checks and balances situation. I can totally understand why you would go back and forth on that a lot. I don't envy you having to make these types of decisions. Yeah. I like big fonts. I've been liking Geist Mono. It's been my default for a bit now, and I'm totally happy with it. And this is the last one. This is a preference, and I understand why the decision was made here. I personally don't like ligatures, and they can get really, really annoying sometimes. What was the advent of code problem this year that you had to print the tree for? $14? Okay, cool. So I'm a big advent of code nerd. And let me retake that bit. Will this eventually print? I think it will. Yeah. If you didn't already know, I'm a big advent of code nerd. I had a real good year this year. And obviously I used TypeScript, Bun, and all my usual tools like Cursor to do it. My terminal was Ghostty, and it was great, except for a couple things on a couple days. One of those things was when I had to print out the Christmas tree. This problem was rough. You had to figure out when all these robots are moving around, at what point do they assemble a Christmas tree? And when I had ligatures on, which is the default, I'm going to close and reopen. I'm sure there's a hot reload, but I'm lazy. It did this. And I wanted to die. I did not realize how many of the characters I use every day have a ligature. Dashes, underscores, periods. This sucks. This to me was just bad. And it was just bad to a level that I was more than happy turning off ligatures entirely. Because although in this one case it did happen to show the tree still, that almost felt like luck. And there are a bunch of lines that are the wrong length as a result of this. Apparently I haven't clarified what a ligature is. A ligature is when your font combines characters. The classic ligature is the F and the T being combined, I believe. So this is the classic ligature. Oh, F and I, yeah. Is when you combine two characters. So you might be thinking, why would we care? We're programmers. There's a lot of really good things that ligatures can do, like an arrow. If you write this, it's nice for your terminal to turn that into an arrow. If you write not equal, it's nice for it to turn into that. That said, I don't know if I'm old or if this is a preference or what. I don't like ligatures. I have had them on in a bunch of things a bunch of the time. And as far as I know, I remember Mitchell talking about it. Ghostty is the first terminal to natively support ligatures properly. And it's really cool it does. It's just not a feature I personally like. And now that they're off again, that doesn't combine, and my grid is a grid again. Apparently, people want me to pull this. Sure. Do you want ligatures in your terminal? No, yes, I want them everywhere. No, but I like them elsewhere. Or no, but I like them, or no, and I hate them. These are your options. How did I realize it was caused by ligatures? Because one of the most common ligatures is 3 dots becoming ellipses. See how the poll's going. It's a lot. About 30% of people want them. 60% don't, but it's like an even split between no, but they like them, and no, and they hate them. I'm happy I guessed that this would be the split when I created those 3 options. But yeah, that's roughly what I figured. And I know I'm biasing you guys by showing you an example of it breaking something. I can see the value. Seems really cool. I just use my terminal and I use my tools in a way that expects them to not exist, and it kind of breaks my brain when they do. Apparently Firecode has a good examples too. By the way, if your font doesn't support this, you're screwed. This is a font level feature. So we can see here, if you turn them on, bars will get closer. Not equals becomes one character. Arrows become actual arrows. You get the idea. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. I'm very much the type that doesn't. But of course, to each their own. I don't like this. I don't like combining the hash and the bracket like that. Ugh. I really don't like combining the $sign and the brackets either. Ugh. Not for me. Yeah. Customizable Mac icon yet? I have not. There's a lot of little things that this does on Mac that are super, super cool. Before we get there, though, I want to talk about how the themes work. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys. It is my assumption that building a custom theme would be complex enough to do in a way that's fast, that the provided ones are provided. Retake on that. It's my understanding that both the set of themes and fonts bundled in is to minimize the likelihood that those things cause issues. And I'm guessing the font's compiled in some crazy way. I might be wrong on that, but I was surprised that like both fonts and themes were built into the terminal and that you couldn't do custom ones, if I recall. Oh shit, they have separate support for light and dark. That's really cool. So if you're in light mode or dark mode, you can change your theme automatically. Oh, you can author a custom theme. Yeah, you just do it through setting all of these other things. Makes sense. Okay, you can do custom themes. I will shut my mouth then. Yep. As mentioned before, crazy compatible full Xterm compatible, so it follows Xterm standards. If Xterm does something, we should do the same thing. Protocol origin compatibility. If the terminal that defined a protocol behaves in a certain way, we should follow that behavior even if it's not specified. De facto standard compatibility. If behavior is widely accepted as the standard, we should use that behavior. Widely accepted is generally subjective based on popular opinion and usage. I like having this, like, how we decide about things. Button, docs. Is there a search in the docs yet? I'm assuming no. I feel like I would see it if there was. No search yet. Did it make it for one? Okay. Yeah, and I can't find anything about the font things, and it looks like you can use custom fonts, so just cut everything I said about fonts. I'm just wrong about all that by the looks of it. I will say it's really nice that it comes with both a bunch of baked-in nerd fonts as well as a ton of themes. And I mean, like, a ton. Like, every theme from the iTerm 2 color schemes. It was missing my personal favorite theme. It didn't have Poimanders yet, but it had... God, Igor. What's the name of Igor's favorite theme? I was looking for, like, how the font stuff works. I thought you did some crazy stuff to compile the fonts so that they would run better, but it looks like you can just use whatever font, so I think I was wrong on that. Oh, yeah. You can just run this command to see all the themes and test them all out this simply. How cool is that? I think this is the coolest shit. Yeah. I'm using Vesper because a bunch of my community members really liked it, and it was already in here. So it's what I picked. I was sad Poimanders wasn't in here because I love it, but I get it's still a new niche one, and it's not in the source they had, which was color schemes. Yeah, this is the font hack I was thinking of. So I knew they did something crazy with fonts. I had forgotten what specifically it was. Huge shout out to Mitchell for hopping in here and helping me with it. They rasterize a bunch of power line and nerd glyphs programmatically so that they can perfectly fit the grid. Super handy. Power line is all the fancy things like this bar and the arrows and the icons for something like this, which some fonts support, some don't, but you can also have, like, backfilling from a different font for it, but then making sure it fits the current font and everything else, not easy. They precompile all that, which is nice. It means it's more likely to look how it's supposed to. And I cannot tell you how many times I used a fast, super native terminal that didn't look or behave how I expected. They all kind of felt not native. God, I don't want to just be harsh on Warp, but it was one of the weirdest experiences I've had using a terminal. Like, Warp felt as slow as Hyper, which was an Electron-based terminal. Ghostty just flies. When I type a letter, it appears. When I switch things around, it does them. When I run things that are complex, it runs them fine. It's the first time I could just, like, set up a terminal, add 3 variables in here, and then stop thinking about it. And that was after a year of thinking probably far too much about my terminal. Ghosty's the terminal for when you're done. So if you, like me, are tired of terminals, tired of worrying about or thinking about all of these things, you just want something that's good and works, and you're using a Mac or you don't mind compiling it yourself on Linux, Ghosty's the terminal you should probably be using. I went on a long journey to land here. I probably tried 8 different terminals this year, and Ghosty's where I think I'm going to stay. I've been on it for over 6 months. I don't plan on moving anytime soon, but I am curious, what do you guys think? Is this the crazy future of, or is this the terminal of the future, or is this the final form of what we expect today? To me, Ghosty's a almost perfect ending to the terminal journey. It feels like this is where we should settle, where we're using both the native platform standards as well as the expectations of these terminal standards too. But you might disagree. let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Oh, the custom icon thing. Yeah, we can sneak that in quick if you have details for it. Oh yeah, no login required. I mean, it's open source. I would hope that's like assumed. Terminal.app doesn't follow Xterm standards at all. It has a bunch of weird expectations about like scroll buffers and shit that are broken all the time. Ah. Okay, where in here is it? Can you just link the doc for it? Option reference. Okay, cool. Here. Okay, that's really cool. So the icon is fully dynamic and you can configure it via config flags. You can change its color. You can change the color of the screen on it. That's really cool. And you have a bunch, as always, of default options that all look really good. Just like this level of thought is really cool. And you see with all these config options here, the level of which they give you control. Mind you, most people will never touch any of these, but if you're the type that wants to, it's all right there for you. And if it isn't, it's open source. You can probably convince them to expose something as a variable. Mitchell's tweet on it. That's not what I was looking for. Oh, that's somebody made a point managers config. Thank you. The icon is rasterized at runtime. If you change your theme, it updates in real time. Awesome. So what's the blue color from? Do I have to turn this on? I think I just have the stock. Okay, I turn this feature on because it seems really cool. macOS icon equals custom style. Okay. Of course, Oh My Z Shell got an update right now. That does not appear to have worked. I might be on an old version, actually. Yeah. Nope. RTFM? I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of different sources on this. Use the official Ghostty. Okay, these are ghost color and screen color are required. I thought that it would pick it based on your theme, though. Isn't that the point? Is this just you have to set it by hand? Yeah, the tweak kind of implies the feature's not ready yet. Icon. Ooh, what do you got for me? This is very interesting phase. I feel so bad figuring out where you're going to sneak this in, but probably much earlier. The architecture of Ghostty is super cool. It's not just a terminal full of hacks for Mac and Linux. They're trying to make it two meaningful separate projects. libghosty as well as a terminal app. libghosty is the core cross-platform library that powers Ghostty. It's available as a Zig and C API, and it works on It's available both as a Zig API and a C API, and it works today on Mac and Linux. The goal is to allow a large and diverse ecosystem of terminal emulator applications to emerge, ranging from dedicated applications, embedded terminals such as in editors, web-based terminals, new terminal multiplexers, and more. Super cool. It's almost like they're going for the Chromium shell of terminal support. And if this means you could get a good native terminal in something like, I don't know, Zed, the editor, super cool. As of now, this is not considered stable, but there is a bright future for it. They're apparently excited to get this working on WebAssembly, which is both terrifying and really hype. Challenge for me? Oh God, I'm scared. Just scrap the bit about the custom icons. It's cool, but it's not ready yet. And Ghostty. Try to get this running. Is this in the browser? Yeah, it's using Zig.js and importing and running a terminal in the browser is my guess. Will be a fun challenge for later for sure. Poggers. Oh shit, low level. We need to do a call soon, man. Okay. Editors, notes. Make sure to include link to my setup video. Editor's notes. Skip the bit about custom icons. Use the bit about libghosty near the end. Cool. Yeah, well, I'll hit you up. Oh yeah, that's a good call. As a source. Drop that. Cool. Happy that they've been helpful for you, Rafi. Thank you for the support. This is super cool. It's something I want to like properly read myself later. Yeah, Ronan with the gift hello level. Thank you so much for that. I thank all you guys. I think I might have missed y'all. Let's go through and thank everybody I probably missed. Gamer Girl and Co. with the 7 months straight. Thank you for the support. Almost a year total. Nuts. 30 months of tier 3 from Wesley. Fucking legend. Wadarunaby with the 21 months. Pedro out here with the Prime. B-Side with the Prime as well. Netronic with the Prime. Rachitas with the Prime. Lino with the Prime. Hopefully I got your name right. Thank you for the support. And Quang. Thank you for the Prime. Hopefully I figured out how to pronounce those ones somewhat close to proper. Yes, they have custom escape sequences. I had my own that I was just able to delete finally. What's this a video of? I'm scared. Oh, is this Twitch chat being broken? Oh, Ghosty playing a YouTube video. After a lot of work, I'm excited. Oh, fuck, it's making sound. Didn't realize it would make sound. My bad. That's cool, though. Good shit. So what I'm hearing is somebody needs to make a browser using libghosty. That's worth including, yeah. More for Ghosty. I'm going to grab that link to this as well. Or not the big vision. It was the 1.0 reflection. Yeah, we'll sneak these both in as well. Yeah, I'm sorry, Face. Put this in right after we qualify who he is with the HashiCorp bit. I think that's probably the best spot for this. If it fits somewhere better, throw it there. Since, as you might guess, the person who made, as you might guess, being the creator of Terraform is not something that you get no money for. So Mitchell's doing okay, which is why this isn't something he's expecting to make money from. In fact, he actually pledged $300,000 to the Zig Software Foundation because he loved working with it so much for this project and wants to make sure that not only is the project of Ghosty successful, but all the tools and things that made it so he could build it are too. He has a whole blog post reflecting on getting to 1.0 and how crazy it is that his side project trying to learn how to do native stuff with Zig became this super hyped up terminal. Great read. Highly recommend checking this out. But we need to talk about the terminal itself and why I like it so much. Oh shit, thanks for stopping by. Cool. You also have to wait for the video to come out because I talked about all that a bit earlier. You've made a diagram. Oh yeah, the terminal inspector. Okay, that needs to come up too. One more thing to just emphasize how performance focused these guys are. There is a terminal inspector. You know, like the thing you have in the browser, it's even the same hotkey. It's Command Option I. And from here, you can see so much stuff. Super cool. Everything from the screen resolution and the grid size to what rendering and rastering engines it's using, the resources it currently has access to. I've never seen a terminal expose this type of thing that deep, that simply. Hopefully this emphasizes the mindset they're coming in with. It really is. Go back to my diagram. It really is hitting all three of these points in a way I've never seen a terminal try to before. And that's why it's become my default so quickly. Cool. AOC with debug logs enabled. Not the worst idea, actually. Gonna keep this open because I'm probably gonna need to draw more, knowing how these tend to go. What is the oxide? Oh yeah, I probably need to use something like this. I've considered stuff like this for a while. Just don't care about learning too many new terminal things. I've slowly started using LazyGit, and it's cool, but not my thing yet. It has no learning curve? Okay, fine. I'll try out Z-Oxide. Z plugin for Oh My Z Shell. Noted. I'll put this on my look into later list. I'm not switching to fish. I'm a Z Shell guy. I already have something for search. I don't have it set up here. I had something else I was using for search. It might be FCF. I have it saved somewhere. I just don't remember what it is. I was considering doing a thing about the honey drama. I feel like I missed the wave for it. Oh, Atuin, that's the one I was using, yeah. I think it is time to talk about roll down. Oh, there's going to be a part 2. Interesting. Might have to film something about it then. I did not know that was their business model. Specifically, I didn't know stealing last click so aggressively was their business model. So the thing I want for this is I want to be able to build something using it. How can I most easily set up a project to use this Vite fork? I'll do the honey drama. Replace original with this one. Is this even a published package though? npm install git plus the URL is not going to be the packaged version though. I need a release. Look for it in actions. Like in this maybe, yeah. Let's see. Let's roll down itself. Roll down Vite. Releases one tag. July 17th. Nope. Nothing. Looking to see if, oh, here we are. Let's find the latest package PR new for it. Haha. There we are. Oh, is this going to be V7? Let's see how this works. Okay, that build's not slow. Are we on Vite 7, I'm assuming here? Oh, no, it's Vite 6. Cool. Nice. And it broke. can find lightning CSS. PM I lightning CSS. Okay. Sure. Okay, it's not in here. That's fine. Turbo Pack demo. I want to find that one giant Turbo Pack project that they use, like the Turbo Pack sandbox. God, what is the... They had that one demo repo that was Turbo Pack with a ton of components in it. I just wanted to rip that. Gonna see if this example is it. CD content. PM create next app latest. Is this the one I was thinking of? App. Nope. This is very boring. Rip. I accidentally closed all of those. CD RMRF Turbo Pack demo. Does anybody remember the project I'm talking about? There was something that Vercel had with Turbo Pack that was a project that had like a shitload of components in it that was meant to demo the hot reload performance. Might be in the examples here. That can't be. This can't be all of them. Fuck, what was it? I feel like I'm going insane and none of you guys are helping, which is super rare. Normally you guys would just like drop the link. Yeah, Vercel had a demo repo for Turbo Pack that was showing off the hot reload differences where it just had a shitload of components in it. It was just like one repo with a ton of components. This is the TurboPack benchmark documentation. Links to nothing. So that's turbo repo, not turbo pack is the problem. This seems right. Yeah, this one seems correct. Is there a GitHub repo for this where it came from so I can run it on my machine? Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking for. Scroll down on the README. I can do that. They changed all of this, it looks like. Okay, this is not a great example project. God damn it. Here's what we're going to do. I am working on a benchmark for React.js project for XJS bundlers. I want to make 500 components that are nearly identical and import all of them to one file. Write me a script that creates all of these files, as well as a barrel file that uses them all in some way to make sure they are not tree shaken out. Use type script. It's assuming Tailwind because it makes life much easier, but we will not be using Tailwind, so that's fine. Copy. Generate.ts, paste. Look at that. And do we have a barrel file in here too? Index.tsx. Ta-da. That's too fast. CD. What's the easiest like npx I can do to run like a directory as a server? Just npx serve. Thank you. I always forget about that. And it looks like it built that successfully. Okay. Okay. And if I switch this off of this custom build of Vite, I'll make a commit with this. Exit, get status, get init, roll down. Cool. And now I can change this to be the latest, which is 606. Cool. Still really fast. Well, I can make it less fast. Now we're talking. And now I will get checkout, B, roll down, V, there. Cool. And now if I add a new project, deploy. I wanted to really showcase the build performance. And I could I have made a real mono repo, Gabriel? Sure, but I'm not going to scriptify the building of a mono repo that quickly. Okay, here's the project. Cool, it's successfully deployed. And I'm sure it has way too much shit going on the page. Yep, it works at least. Cool. Let's make a PR. Yeah, this is kind of what I was scared of, is that the numbers here would be somewhat similar. Yeah. And just for a comparison, delete script 50. Cool. Yeah, that's what I expected. The small number of components is going to build almost immediately. Yeah. How much of the time was just fetching the code here? No, most of the time was the actual build time. Yeah. I was hoping for a bigger win here. Did ESBuild even get installed with this version? It theoretically shouldn't have. No, it's not. I git checkout, roll down, npm install, npm lock. The React plugin appears it's still, wait, no, this is Vite at this number, ESBuild at, and Lightning CSS at. Okay. ESBuild still being included. It's possible that in their fork, they haven't like not included ESBuild as a dep. What's even requiring these? Vite has the peer dep. That's why it's coming through by the looks of it. Yeah. Let's do another allow empty quick. And I'm going to do the same for main. I'll see how much better or worse these two are. And then I have everything I need to do this video. Yeah, I see somebody talking about Betteroth and Fumadocs. I have both on the list for things I want to cover. Okay, that was 46 seconds. I think that to be still in like the 60-second range. Getting the question about how does this feel in dev. Git check out roll down. Git or pnpm install. And if I change, the thing I want to test now is if I go and change component 23, which is the one I'm looking at here, right? Cool. Go to component 23. Saving now. That seems immediate. Saving now. Oh, I didn't save it. Saving now. Pretty much immediate. And to compare, check out main, pnpm install. Saving now. Deleting now. Yeah, ES build is still faster for sure. I feel like I have everything I need for this. Not what I'm trying to do at all. Okay. Ooh, that's sad to see that this non-roll down version is getting the same performance. Roll-up's good, but like three megabytes of JS it can still do in 10 seconds versus this guy doing it in 7. Why is this so much bigger? Is this huh. Vite is ES build backed in dev. Amide. Nice try being a smartass. The reason I'm testing this with build and not with dev is because I want to see the production build performance. ES build is not run when you run a production build with Vite. I'm sure you felt really smart typing that, though. What benches do they have here? Let's see if they have anything good. This will be used for the video for sure. Yeah, Vite dev is ES build. Vite build is roll up in Terser. Yes. If you use Next.js, you're using Webpack, or in dev, you might be using TurboPack. Ooh, somebody linked that. Nice. Does this actually have the 10,000 things in it, or is this just a script to create them all? Okay. It's fun. I just spent all the time making my benchmark, and there's already a better one. I'm going to make a new folder in here. Roll down testing. Move that there. Git clone. So open the whole directory because I'm lazy. Apps. Package JSON. This actually looks kind of annoying to run. npm install. Maybe I need to go into apps. There we go. Exit all these old terminals quick. Cool. This one's taking so long to run, it's kind of funny. I think I have everything I need to do this one. Keep that open. Close that. Don't need this anymore. Don't need any of these anymore. I'll keep this in here. I think I want to visit basically all these at some point. Yeah, I can rock with all this. Is the bench done? Okay, cool. I think we're ready to rock. Let's do it. Marker. Roll down is here. "2024 was a crazy year. 2024 was a crazy year for the bundler wars. From RS Pack to farm to bun, things just kind of got wild. But instead of slowing down as we approach 2025, it looks like we're going to be going even faster, like as fast as Rust. Because Roll Down 1.0 is finally in beta, and this is very exciting, especially for y'all Vite users, because Roll Down is going to fundamentally change how Vite works, and with that, we should get some really big performance wins. Do you know what else I hope performs well? Today's sponsor break. Do you know what else I hope performs well? This sponsor. Cool. That'll be a fun one. Now let's dive in. Cool. So Roll Down is possibly the new bundler I've been the most excited about, both because has the most obvious path for adoption, but also it's taking one of the biggest bets. There's a couple bundler projects going on right now, and we should probably talk about them all in order to understand what makes Roll Down so interesting. For a long time, there was one bundler, Webpack. You've been around for almost any amount of time. You're probably relatively familiar. My original web dev journey kind of started with Webpack. It was my first real deep dive into modern web. It was trying to upgrade some projects to the latest version of Webpack. I think it was the 1 to 3 upgrade, which was, I learned a lot. Let's just say that much. There are things before then, the good old Browserify days. Browserify, right? Yeah. Now, what was the other one? The one with the wizard. That wasn't Browserify, right? No, that was the one with the wizard, yeah. Browserify is like the OG, but Webpack was the one that like really took over. There have been other notable efforts though. The big ones I would say are Parcel and Rollup. Parcel is largely by Devin Govette. He works at Adobe, and the goal was almost like it fit alongside like Yarn, if that makes sense, where it looked at things Webpack was doing and it was like, I see you, bro, but there are some opportunities here to make things suck a lot less. And that's the direction Parcel is trying to do, is almost like a Webpack, but finer tuned type thing. Rollup, however, was created by someone y'all might be familiar with if you're here a lot, Rich Harris, the creator of Svelte. And Rollup was a fundamental rethinking of what a bundler should be, with the goal of being way simpler and way less config. I still remember the first time I like dove into Rollup and was trying to configure all of my like bundled chunks and outputs. And then I realized Rollup, if I gave it no config, actually did a better job bundling, because its semantics around all that it's a great bundler. Rollup is awesome. Personally, of these, Rollup is the thing I liked the most, but Webpack is the thing that was the best supported. So it's what most of us ended up on, especially us React devs, especially us Next.js devs. But this was, you know what? I'm going to break this up. We'll have Gen 0, which was Browserify, and Gen 1, Webpack, and eventually Parcel and Rollup. I'm counting these all as the same generation. People might be mad at me, whatever, because we're here today to talk about Gen 2. Gen 2 was kicked off by a really cool project named ESBuild. ESBuild was created by Evan Wallace, who was the CTO of Figma at the time, with the goal of making a fast bundler that takes advantage of modern web things like his goal is to make a really fast builder and bundler for our JavaScript code. Imagine a code base the size of Figma's and how slow things must be in that world. ESBuild was from scratch written in Go, which at the time, almost all of these bundlers were written in JavaScript. So it was a big deal to write it in something else. And we can see the performance win here. Webpack was at like 41 seconds for this test build. Rollup 4 was at 35 seconds. Parcel 2 was closer to like 15, still way too slow. And then ESBuild comes in at 0.39. The important thing to know about ESBuild is that it's not a bundler in the traditional sense where it bundles everything into one JS file or the right subset of JS files that you're looking for. ESBuild is more a transformer. It takes all the fancy syntax and things we write in our JavaScript, like, TypeScript or, React code with JSX, and it transforms all of that into JS that the browser can run. But when you look at what ESBuild outputs, it's not a small number of big files. It's a giant number of small files. And if you have a big enough code base and you're using ESBuild, it might just not work for you because the browser can't load that many files. So ESBuild, despite being revolutionary, which it absolutely was, it wasn't quite production ready in the traditional sense. But for things like dev builds, incredible. I'm going to move this lower, and you'll understand why in a second. Another project that you might have heard about, on and off, depending on how often you're here, TurboPack. TurboPack is actually created by the original creator of Webpack, who now works at Vercel working on TurboPack full-time. The goal of TurboPack is to make a from-scratch Rust-based rewrite of Webpack that is as close to fully compatible with the Webpack API as possible. The goal being allowing us to take all of our old Webpack code bases, move them over to TurboPack with 0 or near 0 changes, and just have faster builds. It has taken a while. I have no idea if it will ever happen. Maybe someday, but we're going to have to hope. And hopefully all of this helps a little more with the context for roll down. If Webpack is the Rust, or if TurboPack is the Rust rewrite of Webpack, roll down is the Rust rewrite of rollup. You might be thinking some weird thoughts right now, like, why are we rewriting both of these? Why aren't we making something new? Why does anyone care about rollup? Especially the creator of Vite. Because Evan Yu created Vite. If you're not familiar, somehow, watch more of this content. And yes, our RIP Snowpack, it deserves a shout out here. I don't know where I'll even fit that though. Vite is very interesting because Vite's not a bundler in the sense that it actually is the thing that turns your JavaScript into other JavaScript. Vite is a bundler that doesn't do the bundling itself. Vite's actually two pieces. Vite is using a different bundler in dev and in prod. Because in dev, it's okay to have the huge pile of those JS files, but in production, you want an actual minified set of files. So with dev, we have ESBuild, but in production, Vite uses rollup. This is great because you get insane, like literally instantaneous hot reloads when you're using Vite in dev. So when you make changes, you see the change super, super fast. But in production, rollup is used instead, so we still get all the fancy bundling characteristics and optimizations that rollup has baked in. There's a couple problems, though. First and foremost, you now have different bundlers for these different environments, which can make trying to match behaviors across them annoying. A lot of work has been put in for Vite plugin authors and people building frameworks around Vite to make sure that both dev mode and prod mode work properly, because these things are so different. It also means that you don't get the incredible performance that you expect from Vite once you actually start shipping the code to a server to be built. The building and the bundling of an app with Vite for production does not see the massive performance wins that you see in dev mode. It also means once your code base is big enough that the dev mode starts to have problems because you have too many files going to the browser because it's not taking them all and putting them into one JS file. It's creating a new JS file for every single thing in your code base for the most part. Evan Yu saw this as a challenge. This worked great to get Vite where it is today, but this stack worked great to get Vite where it is today. This is still how you're using Vite right now, almost certainly, depending on how long this video gets viewership for, to be determined. But today, things change, because if roll down is successful, we're going to have one bundler for both of these. We're going to be using roll down for both. This is dope for a bunch of reasons. First off, we now have the same thing in dev and prod. Second off, the entire Vite ecosystem should continue to work as expected, because if roll down is properly API compatible with roll up, then all the plugins can just use their production mode and it works in dev too. This is a very promising development. And all the numbers that I've seen so far are very promising overall. If we look at their benchmarks, which I actually took the time to run, we'll see if we compare roll down with rspack, esbuild, and rollup, all in a code base that has, I think, 10,000 files is what I ran this on. You have a 10,000 file app. Rollup took 22-ish seconds to run. esbuild took 800 milliseconds, a bit under a second. rspack took 2 seconds, which is still really good. Roll down took 600 milliseconds. This is what's so cool about roll down, is we're getting numbers slightly better than esbuild, but with all of the bundling characteristics and behaviors that we would expect from a true, fully fledged out bundler like rollup. But what does this mean in reality? Well, sadly, from my experience so far, reality is not quite as shiny as these numbers look. There are places that I'm seeing a performance win already, but I want us to be as realistic as possible about where this is today, because this is the 1.0 beta, and I'm excitedly trying to adopt it. So I have this code base I made here. The rollup, oh, I moved it. Yeah, here we are. Cool. So I have this quick code base I threw together that is meant to test this. It's a really simple create Vite app. This is using the standard version of Vite. I have a branch that is using the roll down version. I'll show you in a sec. But I also got some help from Claude to generate 5,000 components myself. So this creates these 5,000 basic examples of a React component with state management, just to use state on them all. Creates one for each, or it creates one for each of those 5,000, and then generates a file for all of them. So I have this folder that has 5,000 components in it. To make sure that they're not all pattern oops, I'll show the tree shake bit, yeah. To keep them from tree shaking out, I have this one file that imports all of them and then mounts them all. This file is not small, 30,000 lines to mount all of these in it. But it works, and it lets us have them all in one spot. I thought this would be a really good test, so I ran it. Check out roll down. Right now, roll down isn't officially in Vite, so there's actually a fork of Vite that has roll down support that I'm using a package PR new build of. Admittedly, this slows things down a bit because it can't be NPM cache the traditional way, but not enough to justify the lack of performance win I experienced. So the thing I care about here is how does this affect the time for when I trigger the build to when it's actually in production? Because that's what I'm really excited about. This is the first really production ready path for a lot of apps to stop using JavaScript to build their JavaScript. We use awesome tools right now like TurboPack, we're in Rust, and esbuild and Go for dev, but none of these tools are recommended for production yet. So I was really hoping to see some big wins here. This is the first build I ran. This one was using standard Vite, everything configured the basic boring way. The build time, about 11.5 seconds. And it created this big file, this 2.8 megabyte file. That's all the JS in a single and this is all the JS in that single file. If we compare this to the roll down version, it built in 7.47 seconds, which is better. It's just not as much better as I was hoping. There is a concern though. The bundle came out significantly larger. There's a lot of potential reasons this would happen. I don't feel like theorizing about them because I will make a fool of myself. But it does not seem unlikely that this here is something that needs to be fixed. I'm not sure if fixing the output size is going to also fix the speed at which it is doing the building, but I was a bit disappointed. This was a 10-second total win, which after I did more builds here, this one was roll down and it was 46 seconds. This one was main, which was standard Vite, and that was 48 seconds. There isn't a huge difference here, at least for this example with a giant React code base. Yeah, again, 7.5 seconds for this one versus 10.19 seconds. And to be very, very clear, there's a couple impressive things here. First off, that a JavaScript-based bundler can bundle 5,000 files in 10 seconds. Rollup is goated. That's impressive. The other thing, though, is that performance isn't the only win here. At the very least, performance on your build server isn't. The standardization between the dev mode and the production mode is massive. And as I was experimenting, if we hop back here, I actually have this code base open. Make sure we're on the latest. npm run dev. Cool. Now we are running this giant 5,000 file dev server. And if all goes well, I should be able to hop in here, edit component 23, change this, sup nerds. I am saving now. And it appeared almost immediately, like within under half a second. I'm saving again right now. If it's falling back on old thing, it seems to be instant. Please subscribe. Saving now. Effectively instant. And this is using the exact same bundling technique that's going to be used for production. So getting that type of performance in dev with the same tooling that you're going to use in prod is huge. What's the call out you have for me here? Apparently, I don't have a minifier. Yeah. So the reason that my JS is so much bigger, it might just be because there is no rollup minifier yet. They actually recommend you bring in your own. It's recommended to use an external minifier. Rolldown's compatible with all rollup minifier plugins like rollup plugin ESBuild, SWC, etc. Good to know. Yeah. As I was hinting at before, though, the performance for builds in the server is not the only really fun, exciting thing going on here. One of the things I am most hyped about is performance in WASM. Why would anyone care about their bundler running in WASM? Like, you're not shipping the code to users to have them bundle it. Well, you're not, but companies like StackBlitz are. Companies like GitHub are. Companies that are trying to make good environments in the browser are. And being able to use Rolldown in WASM mode to have a fully featured editor experience in the browser, taking advantage of those performance wins is really cool. And after they made some changes to make this work better with Rolldown, the performance they're seeing is insane. ESBuilds in Go, which historically doesn't compile great to WASM because it doesn't really handle memory that well. It expects to have garbage collection, which you don't have in WASM, so you have to bring all that in, and it's chaos. Rust can compile to WASM a bit better, which is why Rolldown sees insane performance wins compared to even ESBuild once you're running it in WASM mode. Super, super cool to see. And the things they're coming up with to make this happen, specifically creating thread pooling for workers in the NappyRS APIs, is huge. This is so cool. I'm really excited. Even in a theoretical world where Rolldown fails entirely, it has built so many cool foundational things and taught us so many cool foundational wins that we can make meaningful changes to our entire dev ecosystem as a whole. Which is probably why they formed Void Zero, the new company by Evan Yu, focused on making the next generation of dev tools for JS and TypeScript devs. Roll down's only part of it. The OXC ecosystem and Vite and everything around this as a whole is the future. So they call out here, Vite, Vitest, Roll down, and OXC are the core things that, if built correctly and properly, can all combine together and make a set of tools that is significantly better for us to use as devs. Actually, back to this section, Faze, just cut this to when we were talking about the performance of these builds here. You might see that one of these builds is really fast, this 9-second build. The reason why is I went from 5,000 components to 50. This isn't using roll down. This is just using Vite, which in turn would be using roll up, the original version in JavaScript. The reason I want to do this test is to see if I'm actually impacting build times by including all of this stuff, and clearly the answer is yes. And it's not just that 7 to 10 second difference anymore. This says built in 881 milliseconds, but there's a lot of other pieces in the build process that aren't included in this number. And the goal here of doing these different tests in these different ways was to try and show all of those different numbers. So if your code base has 50 components instead of 5,000, the difference doesn't matter. You're already in this crazy fast build range. But as your build times crawl up because you have so many files, so many packages, and all of these different things, that's when you start to see the wins from something like roll down or like RS Pack or Turbo Pack or any of these other options. Cool, got that included. Yeah. Just to quickly reinforce the thing I was saying earlier about ES builds transpilation not being ready for real production workflows, this is a nice little piece in the roll down docs about it. We can't skip the build step. You know, build people, I don't know what code bases you're working in. I wish it was realistic. It sounds great, but it just isn't. With the general availability of native ES modules and HTTP2 in modern browsers, some developers are advocating for an unbundled approach for shipping web apps, even in production. While this approach works for smaller apps, in our opinion, bundling is still very much necessary for shipping anything non-trivial and you care about performance. Even in a polished, unbundled dev model, a build step is still often unavoidable. Take Rails 8's default import map-based approach, for example. All JS assets still go through a build step in order to fingerprint the assets and generate the import map and module preload directives. It's just handled via import map Rails in PropShaft instead. It's just handled via this import map Rails package in PropShaft instead of a JS bundler. Moreover, the unbundled approach will hit its limits if you have any of the following requirements. You need modern JS like ES6+, TypeScript, or JSX. You need to leverage bundler-specific optimizations like tree shaking, code splitting, or minification. You use any libraries or frameworks that depend on a build step, or you utilize NPM dependencies that ship unbundled source code. If any of these things are true, you need a bundler. Not would benefit from it, but need it. Going with unbundled means locking yourself out of a big part of the JS ecosystem and giving up on many possible performance optimizations that could benefit your end users. The main argument of avoiding JS bundlers is adding complexity and slowing down the dev feedback loop. However, modern JS tools have improved a lot on this front over the past few years. Our goal with Vite and Rolldown is to improve these aspects further and make the build step feel invisible. I really hope they can get there. Yeah. They call out these 3 things that you can't get without bundlers, which are the reducing the amount of network requests and waterfalls, because one JS bundle loads, processes, then realizes it needs 15 more that'll have to go load and process, or can ship the one bundle instead. Reduces total bytes sent. Hopefully that's obvious why. And it improves JS execution performance. That part might be unintuitive, but the TLDR is when you send less code to the JIT compiler, it has to do less work. As they call out here, there's a non-trivial cost involved in parsing and compiling JS. So if you send less JS, it has to do less work. And some bundlers and minifiers can even perform optimizations like folding and ahead of time evaluation to varying extents, which makes the bundled code even more efficient than their handwritten source. Yeah. Bundlers are effectively necessary. I can't take people seriously that say otherwise. It just feels like they're not working on real software with real teams. Like, it's cool if you can get it working in examples. I'm not saying it isn't cool. I'm just saying it's not realistic. And what I'm excited about with roll down is it feels like it's getting more and more realistic. Rewriting rollup in Rust didn't feel realistic at the time, but they're getting there. They're getting there a lot faster than I expected, and I see a very bright future for roll down. I think that's everything I need to cover for this. I think we're good. Yeah, agreed. I do remember to set a marker for this, right? Yep, cool. Anything else I need to include in this? I think I have everything I need for links there. The benchmarks could be useful. Okay, and done. Cool. Sorry, I was filming. I think I thanked most of you guys. Yeah, Jordan's where I stopped. Thank you, Jordan, for the 6 months. Appreciate that a ton. We got HRI here, 9 months into the Prime. Ode with the tier 1 as well. Shavam here, 6 months in. Thank you so much for that. Giatan Hater with the Prime. We got great. Oh, shit. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I still have to watch your VOD going through my Laravel stuff. I'm so excited to. It's been on top of my watch later list for a minute, and I've just been way too busy. Thank you all from coming through from Nuno. It's been awesome seeing the PHP scene becoming more and more like prolific in the content space. It's been really dope to see. Thank you for throwing the shout out to Nuno. Definitely give him a follow if you're interested in all that PHP goodness. We finished thanking the subs quick. We got Abari here. Thank you so much for the subs, 6 months in. We got Goldfish, the tier 1 as well. Appreciate that a ton. See what I missed on YouTube as well. Sorry, guys. I've been utter chaos. Oh, shit. Pocket's joining the T3 Club. Thank you so much for the support, y'all. I have Zen. I closed it because I was using a bunch of resources, but I very much plan on making the Zen move more seriously in the near future. There's no way, Aiden. It is too aggressive. It is too aggressive. I think I'm going to film that one, which means it has to be a priority video. If we're doing it, we have to do it fast. I think this will be second channel, honestly. I should have thrown... Am I going to regret opening this? One of my... Like, I couldn't have known this, so I don't want to call it a regret, because it's not like I could have done this better. It's just yeah. My video on the itch.io thing exploded. It is the best performing video on my main channel ever, and it's not close. And at this rate, it's going to be my most viewed video ever, including the second channel. I probably should have put this one on the second channel. And it feels weird because I would never have thought about that at the time, because it felt like a nuanced video about like the relationship between service providers, like something like itch.io, DNS and registrars. But this video, due to a combination of things, I think the biggest one is that I clickbaited pirate software really well with it. This appeals to people outside of the dev niche, which is the thing I hadn't properly factored in. Nothing I talked about in this video is like dev specific. It should have been on the second channel, because that channel isn't dev specific. And my main channel, the one that y'all are here for almost certainly, that one is very much for devs that have been coding for a while. The thing I lose from this is now with this video in your watch history, you'll be recommended other videos from this channel that aren't applicable to you. Imagine you're like nerdy about games. You care a lot about indie games. You don't know anything about game dev or dev at all, but you watch Pirate Software shorts and you like them. You see this thumbnail with him calling somebody incompetent or a liar. You click it. You like the video a lot. Now you're going to get recommendations for things that are not appealing to you at all. Like, imagine that person getting a recommendation for my Tailwind Motion video that came out right after. It doesn't fit. And that's the inadvertent mistake I made. This video has a wider audience than my channel does, and not in the way that trickles down the right viewers to it. But people who watch this video might also like my video about Adobe having real competition, or my video about Red holding back the camera industry, or my video about Apple killing free apps with their stupid fucking fees. These videos are appealing to people who don't write code, that are just nerdy about tech in general. And my channel will not convert people into being a dev. It is not, no, it absolutely won't. My channel, if anything, will turn people off from it. It is by design not a channel for beginner devs. My channel is for people who have been coding probably for a living for a while. And I never would have guessed this video would do this well. Now that I like think about it in retro and I see how clickable the video is, it makes sense. But I made this thumbnail and title as I was pressing upload. Like, I was going to upload. I was like, wait, I have an idea for this. Shifted it around a bunch, then posted it, and then it blew up immediately. To be clear, there are people in this audience that have never watched one of my videos before that are devs that are going to discover my channel and are going to be hyped about it. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm saying it's a small enough percentage that if this is on the other channel, it could have helped out more. Just a thing I'm thinking about. It's also going more viral at the moment, which is fun. Like, it had a boost again today. It's stupid. That video is going to be how most people hear about me for the first time. This is suicide. There's a million reasons why. It just, no one's going to watch it. That's why. That's for that video. No one, these are all like small percentage things. None of that matters. It is what it is. It's over. Just a thing I'm thinking about. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Aiden's chaos. That's pretty bad. When you know how much money you can make from doing sponsor reads in comparison, it's bad. Like, my total income per month from YouTube ads is 6 to 8K-ish a month. which doesn't even cover editing costs. When you consider the fact that I have a effectively 5-person team now running the channel with me, it would lose a lot of money if we were just going with Twitch sponsors, Twitch ads, and YouTube ads. Yeah, $1,300 for a specific video is cool. It sounds great, but that's the only video I've ever had make that much, other than like 1 or 2 of my tutorials. Out of over 600 fucking videos, most of them make $100 to $200. It's not even comparable. Yes, but I don't know why anyone would care about itch.io breaking for under a day. And they didn't. That's why I didn't put itch.io in the branding at all. Yes, but you'd be delusional to think this is a whole lot of money. Like, it helps. It's giving us growth, and it gives us a lot of potential, but it's just potential energy. It's not anything beyond that. Converting it is a shitload of work. But to be realistic, the only way what I am doing is worth it at all is with sponsors. If we don't have sponsors, this channel loses money. And not a little bit, like a lot. Like, we're talking like I would be down probably $200,000 to $300,000 this year if it wasn't for sponsors. Yeah, I am reading both chats. I just didn't have anything to say about any of this. I'm sorry to hear that you got laid off. I hope my video is helpful and makes that less painful some amount. But yeah, it does suck. Yeah, I just need you guys to realize, like, the thing we are doing here cannot be done without sponsors unless I want to just go into debt. It is what it is. Your popularity on YouTube and your ability to move people around are not related. There are people who are way bigger than me that can't move their audience anywhere. There's people who are way smaller than me that can move their audience very effectively. It depends on a ton of different things. I would say generally no, though. Like, to compare Prime and me, I think Prime would have a much better time moving people to different channels because I watch Prime for Prime more than for the topic. Like, the topic has to be somewhat interesting, but Prime is so entertaining that I am there for him. But people are coming to me for what I'm talking about and to some extent for my expertise on what we're talking about, not for me. Email youtube at t3.gg for more info. I don't share these numbers publicly for a lot of reasons. This YouTube doesn't care. This is purely watch history overlap. So if a lot of people from my audience happened to watch that video about red cameras, then it would pop up in your recommendations because of the overlap in your watch histories. But everything comes down to watch history overlap. That's the entire algorithm right now. Yeah, and also to be clear, the people who are hanging out in Twitch chat, a lot of y'all are here for me, but you are the small subset. Yeah, Theo Rants would almost never recommend my main channel. My main channel might recommend Theo Rants if you watch enough. I didn't make this change to be more profitable. I made this change because doing what I felt was right caused me to take a bigger public hit and lose more money. And it felt bad to do something that I thought was better, make less money and get more shit for it. And since I moved to the more traditional sponsor model, I get way less shit for having sponsors. We make significantly more money and things are much better overall. It is so much more fucking work, but it's worth it. Yeah, my non-tech content does, it varies is the thing. So like, if we search by latest instead here, my Twitch can't stop screwing up video, 7K plays. This has been a hard reality for me to accept. Nobody gives a fuck about Twitch anymore. Specifically Twitch meta stuff, no one cares. Similar to like, nobody's at my channel for me. They're there for the things I'm talking about. No one's going to Twitch because they care about the meta of streaming anymore. They're on Twitch because they're there for the people on Twitch. But like the Twitch versus YouTube thing is dead as a topic, which I find fascinating. But yeah, the variety of viewership here is kind of crazy. Like the TikTok ban, no one cared about, which I was really curious about. Versus Dear Rabbit, Stop Threatening 14-year-olds. A lot of people cared. Then the Adobe one, people fucking loved. It's interesting. It's a lot more varied. My biggest videos and my best performing and my worst performing videos are on this channel. My main channel is a lot more average. Hey, if it's interesting to you, go watch it. Yeah, I did not. That sponsor for that video got an insane deal because they did the discount pack for breaking news videos, which that got snuck into. And has gotten more viewership than all the other ads they purchased, practically fucking combined. Actually, I'm going to check a thing quick. I want to see how much conversion they're seeing from that. Not bad. They're getting clicks. I can say that much confidently. Yeah. So you are picking me, but you're here for the type, Priya. Like you're here for the type of content. I can be your preference within it, but if I made a different type of content, you wouldn't watch me. Like if I was to start doing videos about Unity or videos about music stuff, you wouldn't watch those. You can have a preference for me in the niche, but following and watching for me means you'll follow me out of the niche. Skating on Twitch is so hard to do. It's a tough. God bless Ricky for cracking the nut there. But yeah. The good old George Hotz Elon Twitter space. I blacked out that whole thing, man. I don't remember. All I can do is watch the video and laugh at it. Anyways, I want to talk about the honey extension drama. I actually think I have things to add here. Even if it's a second channel vid, which I think it is. Marker honey drama. I can find the original quick. Yeah, mega lag. There we are. If you're here right now, chances are you've already seen this video exposing the honey influencer scam. I have thoughts. My first thought is probably what you guys thought when you watched it. Wow, this is a great video. Really compelling story. This must be horrible for these influencers. That is first and foremost. And just to be clear before we go any further, 100% true. This sucks, but it sucks at levels and in ways that I don't think the video got quite as deep into as it could have. And I am uniquely qualified. And I like to think I'm uniquely qualified to talk about this because I represent a weird combination of things that isn't super common. First off, I'm a dev. My main channel, d3.gg, is me talking all about web dev stuff. I also happen to be pretty deep in the extension world, with my first big project being a Chrome extension named Chrometana all the way back in like 2015. So I'm deep on the Chrome side and the dev side. But I'm also a YouTuber and influencer, so I know a lot about the dynamics of working with brands and being paid. But most importantly, I make a lot of money off affiliate links. I do a thread a couple times, or whenever there's a big like sales holiday like Amazon Prime Day or Black Friday, Cyber Monday, those types of things, I'm a deal hunting nerd. So I'll make a thread of all the deals. And over time, that's grown to be a pretty sizable amount of money. So I think a lot about these things. I've also had some funny experiences with honey in the past, and I also am a CEO, so I do a lot of weird business management stuff too. Not to just keep talking about all the things I do. The point I'm trying to make is that the honey situation is complex, and it touches on all of these parts. And while I think great sources like Megalag are doing a great job of covering the actual direct impacts of what this is doing, there are some nuances that I want to dive into. So let's dive in. I'm getting Excalibur Drive for every video today, aren't I? I'm going to break this down into 3 parts. Let's see if this is... Cool. Going to break this down into 3 rough parts. We have the creator impact, we have the technical difficulties, we have the creator impact, we have the technical hacks that they're doing to make this all work. We also have the official affiliate policies with some of these platforms. And this is the part I think we're missing the most on. So I'll blast through the first 2, and then we'll get to there. I'm going to find Colin Samir's most recent. Deception lies in Valve. Oh boy, that's going to be fun to watch later.
Oh my God.
I just want to find the part here where they show the breakdown. Here it is. Earlier today, I was watching the Linus Tech Tips Colin and Samir interview, which was a breakdown of how Linus runs his channel and how a lot of different things work. And they brought up the 2020 revenue chart. If you're not familiar, Linus Tech Tips isn't just some small YouTuber. It's a business. LTT is massive. Yeah. Linus Media Group has over 100 full-time employees. That's not small. They can do that because they make a lot of money. Of that total revenue, they make about 27% with in-video sponsor spots, 26% with YouTube AdSense, which is out of a lot of viewership. Like, we're talking about a channel that gets 80 million views in 30 days and gets hundreds of millions, if not billions of views a year. Their total views on their channel is nearing 10 billion views. And the AdSense revenue they make is not even 3x their Amazon associate revenue. Yes, Amazon affiliate links are 10% of the money that LTT makes. That is insane. And we're not even counting the other YouTube channels they run, like Short Circuit, like the Clips channel, and all the other things they do. To have the billions of views they get only result in a bit over 2x the revenue they make from affiliate links. Hopefully that helps emphasize how much money you can make off of these affiliate links. It's stupid. I think it's against policy to share the hard numbers with it, so I can't. If it turns out I'm wrong about that, I'll leave a pinned comment sharing how much I actually make from it, because the numbers are gross. I make more from one of those threads than I make from 2 to 3 months of YouTube AdSense revenue on a channel that gets 3 million views a month. So it's dumb. It's a big number. So we're not talking about penny pinching here. We're talking about significant drivers of revenue. And there's an important piece here I think people miss, because I see a lot of people getting mad that affiliate links are taking revenue from, or I see a lot of people getting mad that people are sharing affiliate links saying the creator doesn't deserve money for it. You can debate whether or not the creator deserves it all day, but it is effectively free money. If you make a $100 purchase on Amazon, it's usually, depending on the item and a couple other things, usually there's 3% available for affiliates. So if you have Amazon Smile set up, which almost nobody does anymore, if you had Smile set up, this $3 would go to a charity. But no one uses Smile anymore. Check, you're not. Even if you set it up before, it got auto-disabled. But if you use an affiliate link, since last purchase, because the most recent affiliate link is what is stored as the one who created your cart. Oh, apparently Smile's been discontinued, so this is actually gone now. Oops. So Smile used to let you send 3% to charity, doesn't exist anymore. If you use an affiliate link, so if you click one of mine or LTTs or whatever, that cart now is affiliated with that creator. So if you click 5 links from me, leave them all in your cart, then you click one from Linus, the cart now is Linus Tech Tips affiliated instead of Theo affiliated, which is fair because you didn't make the purchase when my things were in the cart. You made the purchase when his thing was the most recent addition to the cart. So the conversion of the sale came through Linus. He makes the money, not me. Totally fine. In that case, the $3 goes to last clicked affiliate link. So what happens if you have no affiliate link? Amazon gets the $3. So if you're one of those people that strips out affiliate links because you don't think creators deserve money for showing you products or whatever, cool. I hope you like Amazon more than you like that creator, because the item's not getting cheaper. They don't discount the purchase. That's just $3 that could have went to a creator that instead you're throwing at Amazon because you hate the creator. Fine if you really don't like that creator. I'm not saying can't be okay. I'm just saying it's stupid to go after somebody who's putting the work in to create content about a product and then link to it. If you want to buy it, give them the affiliate credit. I go out of my way to, and if there's a product I remember seeing in a video, I'll actually go back to the video, find their affiliate link and click it before I buy, just to make sure they get a little bit of revenue from it, because these numbers add up a ton. I made a couple of $1,000s off of a referral to underwear in the last sales, like probably over $1,000 from it, which is insane. So this is the creator impact. These numbers are big, and removing the affiliate links doesn't benefit you in any way as the person making the purchase. It just benefits Amazon. So ideally, you would actually have the affiliate links and give the affiliate credit to the people who sent you the links that resulted in you clicking and doing these things. Because of this, and because of how much money there is here, a lot of people started trying to hack it. So we're going to talk about those. The technical hacks. One of the most common technical hacks that we started to see was people making extensions to auto-apply specific affiliate codes. These extensions were pretty popular for a bit. I would argue that these extensions, in some ways, honestly, in most ways, are kind of a scam. It feels bad to say because I know how much these can benefit people. And again, I'm almost contradicting what I'm saying here with the affiliate link bit. These extensions aren't properly attributing a purchase. If I have an extension that auto applies Linus Tech Tips code so that he gets the affiliate revenue, but I click a link from someone else, now the extension is going to override someone else. But worse, if I start a session myself, I don't get referred from anyone, Linus Tech Tips is still making money even though they didn't refer me. It's effectively fraud. At the very least, I would say it's comparable to like telling people to click your ads for money. Back in the day, you would make way more money from ads that are clicked on than ads that are just displayed. On things like YouTube, this isn't the case, but even traditional AdSense and AdWords still works that way. So I actually, funny enough, got banned from Google AdSense when I was like 15 because people in my Minecraft community would go to my website and click the ads to make more money to try and get me to give them things in the game. And I got banned for that reason. I'm thankful they've lifted the ban because I'm a YouTuber now. I need AdSense revenue. It is what it is. But this is a type of fraud. And it's a type of fraud that's explicitly called out in their policies. And extensions that auto-apply discount codes are almost always going to be called out in a similar way. Let's ask Perplexity. Does the Amazon affiliate plan or program explicitly call out tools that auto apply associate codes, an extension for Chrome. I'll ask Claude quick too. Okay, this is going to be a whole separate section by the looks of it. We'll get there in a sec. Cool. I want to talk about the policy behind these things, but that's going to be part 3. First, I just want to talk about how these things are implemented technically. This is going to require a bit of understanding of browser stuff, so to you non-devs, I'm sorry. I'll do my best to explain it. Let's say I'm on a website. We'll say this is YouTube. I am hanging out on YouTube, watching a video. I see a link to whatever on Amazon. So I click this link. Now this brings me over to Amazon.com. Now I'm on Amazon. I click this link. Maybe in the URL, it even says where it came from. And if you use an affiliate program, like, let me even just go to my, I'm going to go to my dub.co quick. Or not dub. What's it called? Genius. Cool. Give me one sec. Cool. That's going to docs. Okay, cool. It doesn't. Nice. Yeah, it's safe. Okay. Here is one of the Amazon affiliate links I used during my sale. You'll see here, !tag equals T3GE-20. That tag there is the indicator to Amazon of where you came from. So this URL would be / whatever. Cool. So this URL is / whatever, !tag equals T3 store. Now, this URL in this browser session is associated with whatever linked you here. Since this URL here had the tag equals T3 store, now when you open it, this tag's in the URL. Obviously, if you purchase something right there, it's going to go to the person who linked you there. But what if I close the tab after adding it to the cart? Then I go back to Amazon.com separately. So I'll move down here and I go to Amazon.com. And I see on Amazon.com that same link. But it doesn't have the tag anymore because it's just on Amazon. I'm just scrolling Amazon. I see that same item. I remember it because I clicked on it earlier. So now I click it again. I'll finish the diagram first. Cool. So now I click it again. It opens this new window, but the tag is gone. So if we just rely on those tags, there's a bunch of ways a user could get back to the item that would reasonably be attributed to that original creator, the person who got you there in the first place, that isn't included. So as a result, what a lot of these platforms do is when you go to the URL with this tag included, it will then embed that tag on your computer in a little hidden thing you might have heard about before called a cookie. So on any given web page, you almost certainly have some cookies, and those cookies are used to identify lots of things. They can be used to identify who you are. They can be used to track where you came from, but usually what they're used for is attaching something to your user's session. So attaching the user ID is a really common one. But in this case, we have a new cookie in here that is referred, or something along those lines. And in there, it's going to save it as T3 store. So when you go to amazon.com/some URL with a tag like this stores whatever the value is here as a cookie. And if you're on the app, I'm sure it saves it in some weird local storage thing somewhere. Such that now if I go back to Amazon, this is still stored in the cookies because the point of a cookie, it keeps it there. So if we go back here, where I'm just on amazon.com, even if I don't have the tag anymore, the cookie is still there. And if I go to an entirely different item, so other item instead, the cookie is still in the browser. It's still there as long as I'm not clicking a link with a new tag. So when you go to a URL with a given tag like this, it gets placed in the cookies and it stays there until either a purchase is made, which will wipe it, or when somebody navigates again with a different tag. So you'll either override it if you go there with a new tag, or you'll make a purchase, it gets applied during that purchase, and then it is wiped. Hopefully this is clear so far. The system might seem complex, but when you consider how much more complex almost any alternative is, it is actually quite simple and relatively fair. You won't hear a lot of creators complaining about this system because for the most part it is fair. Theoretically, they could attach the affiliate to the specific item, or they could split the affiliate links across your purchase if multiple people sent you links with different affiliate codes. This is fine. So how does Honey work? Because in case you didn't know, things like Chrome extensions don't have access to the cookies on a given page because that would be a huge security issue because those cookies include things like your auth information. So if my extension could read my Twitter cookies, it would be able to steal my Twitter account. So these extensions can't just update the cookie. So what do they do? I'm going to find the spot, or I think Megalag did a great job showcasing this, so I'm going to let him do it. I'm going to find the specific spot for this part where it auto opens the link. It's going to take a sec to find.
That means we know we've got this happy. Rewind, and you'll notice in the opening behind the scenes. You see, after clicking Linus's affiliate link, you'll notice in the URL, there's a tracking tag labeled short circuit. That's a reference to one of Linus's YouTube channels. And this tracking tag is how Newegg knows who to pay a commission to. We can also see that this tracking tag has been saved on my browser in the form of a cookie that will expire in 30 days. That way, if we only decide to complete the purchase a few days later, Linus will still be credited the sale. It's kind of like when you're at a department store buying a TV.
I want to get to the part where they do the sketchy thing with a link here. Cool.
To the checkout page. Well, once Honey popped up, watch what happened to Linus's affiliate cookie after we clicked apply discounts. You see that? Honey came in, removed Linus's affiliate cookie, and replaced it with their own, claiming credit for the sale and pocketing the commission money for themselves. Yeah. Now, if we quickly go back again, we can see what's causing this to happen. After clicking apply discounts, what you'll notice is that in the top left corner of your browser, Honey discreetly opens a small new tab, which acts like a simulated referral click, as if they were the ones to refer you to the website, even though you're...
And here we have the sketchy thing. When you run Honey, it will create a new fake URL just to apply their discount code, open it up in the background, and then instantly close it just to update the cookie. And to be very explicitly clear, the policy and the intended way for this to work is that a user clicking on a link is the thing that triggers that cookie change. And this is why I am suspicious of whether or not this is even within the terms of service for these affiliate programs. Also, I'm hitting sub on their channel. Normally, I'd plug you to sub me. Sub Megalag. They have more videos about this coming up that are nuts. This is a great breakdown. Highly recommend keeping an eye on them. And as I was hinting at, here is where we get into part 3, the policies. as I hope we've established so far, the amount of money there is up for grabs here is kind of insane. We're talking about 10% of a multi-million-dollar business. Insane. Which means there's a lot of incentives to do everything from steal that money to not pay out that money. In fact, back in the day, Linus Media Group got kicked out of the Amazon affiliate program, which for somebody of their size is disastrous. That's literal millions of dollars being lost because of these policies. So creators like LMG, creators like myself, and everybody else who is making this type of money off these affiliate deals, we're all putting a lot of effort in to make sure that we follow. We're all putting a lot of effort in to make sure we follow these policies to as close to a T as possible. And these policies are a bit absurd. First and foremost, they call out when customers click through or engage with special links to purchase an item sold or service offered by Amazon sites, your commission income, or you can receive commission income for qualifying purchases. But they call out here, literally within the third paragraph total, when our customers click through or engage with special links, you are now eligible for commission income. Users are not clicking with this extension, users aren't clicking through or engaging. So straight up by the fucking third paragraph here, they're already almost certainly breaking the rules. Just as a quick example of how strict these guys are, let me find in my Gmail how I almost got kicked out. Sorry, I'm just looking for the specific email. Cool. As a fun example, here is me almost losing $6,000, I think, because they didn't want to pay out. The reason they didn't want to pay out, can I make that highlight go away? Cool, there we go. The reason Amazon didn't want to pay out is I was tweeting screenshots of Amazon posts. Retake. The reason Amazon wasn't going to pay me out is when I made my thread with all those discount deals, I had screenshots of the product listing from Amazon. And since the pictures for a product on Amazon are the copyright and trademark of the product salesperson or the creator of that product, they have an explicit trademark agreement with Amazon that allows for Amazon to use those images, but not for affiliates and associates of Amazon to use them. So apparently I violated their policy by using the pictures from Amazon without getting the permissions of the trademark holders of those original products. The reality here is they just didn't want to pay me. And they listed a ton of my tweets that had those links saying that if I didn't delete all of them, they would never pay this out and I would be removed from the program. I am far from the only one who has experienced this. Kicked out of Amazon Associate Program. Yeah. As I mentioned before, their Amazon affiliate account was suspended, and they told him that he had to take down hundreds of videos. The reason being he included a price for the product in the video, and you're not allowed to show a price in time next to an affiliate link, or you get booted. The act of displaying different prices than might be the current price for the product is enough a reason to get booted. And they are real strict about this. When I was a kid, was doing this affiliate stuff too, and I got kicked out probably 2 or 3 times. So they are aggressive with this. The reason I'm bringing this all up is, I'll be frank, Honey is 100% violating. I'm getting sirens. Gonna take a tea break while the sirens go by. Bot Cooper, that's not the case. It's almost always been FTC illegal to not disclose if a link can make you money in the process. So I'm almost certain that's not the case, Bot Cooper. Anyways. The reason I am going through all of this with y'all isn't because I want you to sympathize with me for dealing with these policies. The reason I'm bringing this all up isn't because I want y'all to sympathize with me for dealing with these bullshit policies. It's because Honey is 100% violating them. They are doing enough sketchy shit that outright breaks the rules. That they are, without question, violating these policies. And when you consider the fact that they are almost certainly making like hundreds of millions of dollars a year off this. Because every time you click a Honey button when you're checking out, they apply their codes. The money they're making here is horrifying. So you would imagine that Amazon is rushing out whatever they can to get these guys booted the same way they would for Linus, the same way they would for me. But that isn't true. So why? Why isn't Amazon being strict here? Why are they not applying these same policies to Honey? It's actually a very simple reason. Honey and Amazon have a special deal. Here's where we start to get into the conspiracy section of this video. I will be clear, I have no direct evidence of any of the claims I'm about to make. I have not been part of any of these negotiations or seen anything internally that would confirm it. However, I do broker a lot of business deals. I am in this world. It is pretty obvious to me that Honey and Amazon have a deal going on. So feel free to write off everything I'm about to say. This is opinion and speculation. But there is no way in which Honey would not be booted if they were following the same policy I am following. So a few things have to be true. First, the associate policies do not apply to Honey. This has to be true. Otherwise, they would have been banned. So that is a fact. Another fact is that Honey has a business partners. Another fact is that Honey has a business partners program. And a big part of what they advertise in this partners program is the ability for brands and businesses like Amazon to have control over what discounts are and aren't available to customers. This is a thing they sell to these businesses as a service. It's like, hey, you're tired of your Shopify site losing all the money to these crazy deals that we keep finding? If you pay us, we'll let you hide them. Wink, smile. So, with all of this together, I think a fair, albeit semi-conspiratorial conclusion to come to is that Honey uses their platform as leverage to keep brands from banning them. And Honey has a ton of leverage here. If they were to just outright ban Honey from running on the page, first off, good luck. It's hard to ban extensions from things. But more importantly, Honey could activate their user base. And when you consider how willing to be hostile Honey is proven to be, they could do things as innocent seeming as a call to action. When you go to Amazon, you have Honey that says, hey, Amazon has banned us from running. Here is how you contact them to complain. But they can also do more malicious things, like try harder to work around Amazon stuff. And that workaround might just happen to hit a bunch of really slow API endpoints a whole bunch that causes Amazon to slow down to a crawl. Again, conspiracy. I think Honey has a disgusting amount of leverage, not just in the sense that they could, and not just in the sense they could put out more coupons or ban the site or call out things, but if they're this willing to do things like opening up hidden tabs to brute force their desires into your browser, there's no reason they wouldn't do malicious bullshit like that to continue to hurt a business that isn't doing what they want them to. Apparently, Amazon's had beef about this all the way back in... Apparently, Amazon's had beef about this since all the way back in 2020. Thank you, NMG, for the link here. Amazon warned users the browser extension Honey could be a security risk. We haven't even talked about the data privacy thing. Like, I honestly thought this is how Honey made their money up until recently. I just assumed that they would sell all the data they got, seeing all the pages you go to. Because they do collect all the data. You can see it in the logs. I just assumed that's where they made their money. Nope. They're making it almost all from the affiliate stuff, and they're selling all that data. And Amazon called out that they are doing this data tracking, and they are using this data for things you probably don't want, and you should uninstall it because it's a security risk. Did Amazon and Honey come to a deal? Trying to see if there was any more info on that. Yeah. And as we can see from this screenshot, it's pretty clear Amazon is indeed aware of Honey. So it seems like as a result of this disagreement they had back in 2020, they had to have come to some terms, because they could have just banned those affiliate links. But instead, they've done the opposite. They've allowed them to steal affiliate revenue from hundreds of thousands, if not millions of creators to the tune of billions of dollars. It's insane. It's absolutely absurd. And as a quick anecdote, I've kind of experienced the power of Honey as a method of driving huge revenue patterns. There's a company I work with a lot. You might have even heard about them if you watch this channel. I probably shouldn't say I work with them a lot. I've only kind of worked with them once. It's Affinity by Seraph, which is now owned by Canva. Every thumbnail I've ever made for my YouTube channel has been made via Affinity Photo. It is incredible software. And it isn't some disgusting subscription like you're dealing with Amazon, or it's not some disgusting subscription like you deal with the Adobe suite. $70 for life. And it often goes on sale for insane deals. And you get the whole suite for Mac, Windows, and iPad for $170. Again, often on sale. I've been chatting with these guys forever because I genuinely really, really love their product. And after talking for a long time, they decided I would be lucky enough to be the first creator they ever worked with to give an affiliate code to, where I would get some revenue if somebody used my discount code for like $5 off when they purchased Affinity Suite tools. And I was so hyped because I've been shilling Affinity forever. My most popular video ever right now is about Affinity and how good it is as a competitor to Adobe. It's great software. And I was so hyped that they gave me that custom discount code for a little money off that would also, for the first time, get me a little bit of money from Affinity as a thank you for plugging their software everywhere I can. Someone put that discount code in Honey. They submitted it as a discount when you sign up with Honey, or they submitted it as a discount code to Honey that got applied automatically. So now whenever someone checked out buying Affinity, they get the $5 discount from my username. The amount of people who checked out with my code was horrifying. The number that they told me made no sense. And I refused to take the affiliate revenue because it felt unfair. That effectively, because this Chrome extension was so popular and prolific, they ended up having a large percentage of purchases cost them a bunch of money because those purchases should not have been associated with me and they shouldn't have had a $5 discount. So they're paying the $5 to the person buying because they're getting that discount, and they're paying me money too on something where I did nothing. That money would have went to Honey if the affiliate program was open and they had a discount. But the more important thing here is that the number they told me for how many signups happened was, I would say, 20 to 30 times higher than realistic for the amount of users I was driving them. So I gave them a much smaller number, said, I will not accept more money than this. Took it. We killed the code because it was being abused by Honey. And we went on about our days. They're working on a new affiliate plan, I believe. This is a while ago. It's all still in the works. But the thing that overwhelmed me was the sheer number of customers that applied the discount code through Honey. It was insane. Horrifying insane. I don't think they ever gave me a percentage, but I'd be surprised if it was less than 30% of their checkout sessions didn't have Honey applying that discount code. So it is prolific. It is very popular. I mean, if you go to the Chrome Web Store, 18 million users. This is not some small indie thing. This is a big product that has a ton of people using it, over 17 million members, according to them. Insanity. Yeah. And that's not even getting into the Honey Gold thing, which is such a scam. Go watch the other video if you want to learn about that, because that was the I'm now sick moment for me. But this whole thing is horrifying. So to wrap up, Honey is stealing from the creators that they pay to promote it by using these weird technical workarounds and hacks that are almost certainly against the policy of these same affiliate and associate programs. But since they struck a deal up with the company and the company's scared of losing the deal, they get away with it all. So they pay creators to steal revenue from them, and then they pay brands, or worse, have the brands pay them in a hostage-style situation so that they can steal the revenue from creators. It is unbelievable, and I cannot believe it is as far gone. I still can't fathom that it is this deep. I genuinely thought that they were just doing the whole selling data thing, which, believe it or not, is less sketchy than this. I've never seen something this sketchy. And that's all I have to say about it. Uninstall Honey, support creators, and I guess that's it. Peace, nerds. Fun. Nothing I did here falls outside of free speech. PayPal's too busy freezing people's accounts, lol. I haven't looked into the other projects enough to know. Yeah, I manifest V3. I know everybody's mad at me for defending it, but there are good reasons for it. Need to find the let's go.
Like a simulator claiming credit.
Drop the link there. Da-da-da. It's starting to get hot in here. I might need to turn on the fan in a sec, or the AC. It's already 6:30. I did start late, but Jesus. I want to look into this skip thing. This might be my final thing for the day. Thank any subs I missed while I did that. I think it's cool people are setting up ShadCN for other environments. Other environments deserve it. But I don't use Svelte enough to really have a lot to say. Honey stealing and sticky fingers, you're not wrong. I reply to Twitter DMs that I want to reply to. I check most of them. But if you send me like a 5-paragraph essay, I don't fucking care. I cannot possibly be bothered to distill the message from your DMs. So if you actually want to get my attention, it should be 2 sentences or less and very compelling. But if you send me a 2-sentence compelling thing, like, hey, I saw you mention X in this video. Do you think it could be used for Y? That could be a good message. Or, hey, I saw you had this problem with this tech. Have you tried this config flag or this thing that might solve it? Those are great messages. But, hey, I'm struggling to get a job. Here's my life story. Here's everything I've ever worked on and all the reasons for it. Can I have a job, please? You'll just stay in the unused inbox on Twitter forever. And most of my DMs, most of the cold DMs I'll say are that. Yeah, it's like thank you, Nidex, for the tier 3 30 months. Fucking legend. I'm going to say a thing that might get me canceled. I don't really care. 90+% of the time I see people bitching about how hard it is for them to get a job, especially in the form of like one of those DMs. It is very apparent to me why they can't get a job. It is almost funny how often people show the reason they're unhireable as they complain about how hard it is to get a job. Yeah. Struggling to get a job. I'm thinking it's because I'm not looking for one. Yeah, I have him. He's been doing interviews with a couple of companies that I'm friendly with, and they're going really well so far. Better than I even expected. So, yeah. Yeah, ShadCN's wonderful. I want to talk about Skip. Let's do this. Oh, did you gift earlier? I thought I did. Who'd you gift to? Oh, NeuroKitty and Mao. Yeah, thank you so much for those. I thought I mentioned that earlier. My bad. Or after? Did I miss one? I don't think there's one after. At least not showing here. Oh, noted. That's actually really good to know. Thank you. Oh, shit. I don't know why that didn't come up, but I appreciate that a ton. Thank you for throwing the 12-month. I have no idea why it just straight up didn't appear in the tracker. I'll blame Twitch. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. It's actually thank you, like specifically thank you for calling it out too, because now I know that Twitch won't give me enough info on that. It's very good to know. Yeah, YouTube chat's fighting over whether or not companies deserve to be defended relative to YouTubers. It's annoying. It's like it's so weird. It's this thing I've been learning recently. People hate YouTubers more than they hate companies, and I think it's just because the YouTuber has a face associated with them. Like, it's easier to make fun of and say like a YouTuber is entitled and making too much money than it is to say a company is. Now, I would have absolutely mentioned that. Like, I do my best to. I might have, when I'm looking at chat, it does not mean I'm reading chat, sadly. But yeah, I love Aiden. Thank you so much for throwing him the gift. I did see Aiden say like, what? Thank you at some point, but that makes sense now. Yeah, thank you for gifting Aiden. Anyways, I want to talk about Skip. How do I want to start this one? I had an idea in mind, but I'm already losing it. I think it's fair to say that React changed how we think about front end. I said think twice. I think it's fair to say that React kind of changed how we build front end applications. The idea of a component and the reactivity model introduced with it is super powerful. And as a result, pretty much every new framework and even some old frameworks are trying to adopt a lot of those patterns and paradigms. There are even some backend frameworks like Next.js, and I know you'll fight me on whether or not it's backend, but there are things like it that are really powerful and cool that take a lot of these React learnings and extend them all the way to the server. What I've never seen, though, is a backend framework really focused on these concepts and ideas from React. Not just the idea of a component, but the idea of reactive data flows from the root to the user who's interacting. Today that changes because Vuex just dropped Skip. And Vuex isn't just some random dude dropping a framework for fun. This is the guy who created Prettier, the guy who created Excalidraw, the guy who created what's the state management library that's similar to Jodi that he made? The other atomic state updater. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Come on, chat. Because with an R. Recoil, thank you. He also made Recoil, the state management library that's really focused on these granular reactive updates. So I'm super excited to see what he has built here as a backend framework. And there are a few people I'm more excited to see the work of. One other thing I'm excited about, though, is today's sponsor. Do you know what else I'm excited about? Today's sponsor. Cool. Anyways, Skip makes your backend reactive, so you can ship better features faster. This is exciting. First off, just the site is stunning. Like, whew, really good looking site. But let's see what they have to show us. Reactivity makes your features real time. The client app, backend services. Skip provides a simple, comprehensive abstraction for building real-time features that are efficient and debuggable. Reactivity speeds up your services. Skip powers services that provide always fresh data to any client without having to configure or manage an external cache. So what actually is Skip? It's an open source framework first developed at Meta that makes it easy for engineers to build reactive backend systems. Crazy this was actually invented at Meta. I didn't know if this was a side project for him or what, but yeah, checks out. I'm excited to see what it does. So you have client application logic, Skip runtime, external services. It's open source, real time, simple, familiar with JSON TypeScript, works with batch data, streaming data, or a mix of the two, transparent state management and failure handling, runs locally with no servers to manage. You can reuse your services reuse the services you build with mirroring. Interesting. So you import a service stream or database as a collection. You write simple TypeScript map functions against those collections. You compose more complex logic with reuse. And the clients can subscribe to real-time updates. Okay, so this is a way to add subscriptions and real-time updates to existing services and data. Enjoy fine-grained reactivity from your backend. So now when the change happens in this microservice, the portfolio collection is the example there. That triggers this particular key in this array to change, which results in this specific value in our API service changing, which triggers a re-render on the client experiences that are relying on this element from this collection. React, and this is a quote from Christopher Shadow, who's Vuex. React has dramatically simplified the way we write front-end code by coming up with a different way to deal with state updates. Skip is finally doing the same for backend. Apparently it's like streaming without the streams. That's from a Google employee. Let's actually play with this a bit. Skip gives TypeScript devs a declarative way to implement and run read-mostly features and services that are performant, transparent, and continuously update. I like this phrasing, read mostly. So you're usually reading, but occasionally sending up updates. Fun. Is the site? Oh, the site is a dark mode. Cool. Sorry for keeping it on light mode for so long. This is an alpha release for happy with stability. Let's try it. Cool. Now our project initted. Let's check out those docs. The main components are... Okay. Seems like the key piece here is the skip runtime. Never really thought of a runtime and a backend in this way, especially not like as the framework's primitive. But let's try our best to understand it. There are collections and mappers. Collections and mappers together form a graph of data and computation dependencies that the engine can use to efficiently maintain reactive computations as inputs and data. Reread on that. Collections and mappers together form a graph of data and computation. And the engine can use that to effectively and efficiently maintain reactive computations as inputs and data. God, I can't read this. I hate how the sentence is written. Third time's the charm. Collections and mappers together form a graph of data and computation dependencies that the engine can use to efficiently maintain reactive computations as input and data are all updated. Collections are the core data structure over which reactive computations operate. They are the vertices of the skip reactive computation graph. What do they mean by computation graph? Hopefully, we've all seen the React component tree diagrams. Think of a React application. You can kind of break it down like this. You have your component, you have your component app. So think about the brackets around that app. It has two children. It has inspiration generator and fancy text. Inspiration generator has two children of its own, fancy text and copyright. This is a tree where the top is the first component and it mounts some, that might mount more, that might not. This tree is really powerful, first off, because it mostly reflects the actual DOM tree in the browser, the actual elements there, which makes it easy to grok and map in your head. But more importantly, because all the state flows down. If you want to share some state between inspiration generator and fancy text here, it has to live in app. You can't have state that you put here get accessed over in fancy text unless there is a shared access layer defined above that also owns the data. Data has to flow down with these types of trees. And that's what's really powerful with the React model. This is part of what makes the React model so powerful and popular. It's a lot easier to debug things when something changes, to the point where the biggest problem in React isn't that you change something and you don't see the update on the page. It's the opposite. If something changing causes everything on the page to rerun. But React traded off this original problem of... React was invented to fix the previous problem, which is you would do something on the page and not see an update because you forgot to put the right binding to update that state in the right place at the right time, or you did and things changed and now the page just crashes outright in errors. React made those types of problems basically go away at the cost of re-rendering. But now with things like the React compiler, we're even solving that problem. Seems like the goal here with Skip is to build a similar tree of updates and of dependencies, but on the back end with your data services. So when a piece of data changes, we can go down the pipe to figure out everything else that has been affected and then determine which clients care. Collections are their nodes. It's their equivalent of like a component. They can either be eager, which means they're always kept up to date, or they can be lazy, which means that the values are only computer updated in response to a query for a particular key. And similar to React, you have to keep these things, or we have to talk about mappers next, yeah. Mappers are the values that express a computation from elements of one collection to elements of another. So if you have a bunch of users and you want to map that to usernames, you just want a list of usernames, maybe you want to map it to a list of my friends, the mapper would create a new collection of friends by doing some functionality. But if that mapping process has side effects, everything falls apart, because if mappers are changing the original collection in any way, we can't just blindly rerun them. Similar to React, you can't just put things in your render logic. You gotta put it where it belongs. But if you set things up this way, you get this really powerful update graph that lets you never think about whether or not the right component is showing the right thing. You just change the value and everything shows the update. I clicked the explore examples, and here's what we got. Fun. Examples, Hacker News. Here's what we're looking for. I'm just going to clone this repo quick. Okay, they've been working on this for a while. Yeah, this is 4,100 commits. This isn't some crazy new project. They've been doing this internally for a while by the looks of it. Damn. 20% of the code is in C. Oh God, what are we getting into? Let's look at this example. We got the www. This is meant to be like the website that we actually run. It's using Vite. Look at that. They do know what Vite is at Meta. But we also have the web service. This one's written in Python. It gets things from the database, has event streams, creates posts, upvotes posts. This is all a Hacker News clone, by the way, if it wasn't clear. Then we have the reactive service. This one's in JavaScript. It uses the skip runtime server. Also the Postgres dependency too. We'll take a look at what it's using that for in a minute. Then it has some certs. Don't really care about those. Let's go to Hacker News. I guess I should npm install somewhere here. This is using npm, right? Is it not? Doesn't even have package locks, of course. Are they get ignored? Okay, why does it... Are they going to even be in that? They aren't. Okay. Okay, fix that. Let's go to the www. Same deal with the npm install. Let's see what this looks like on the client side first and foremost, because that's what we all care about, right? We're React devs. We want to see the React code. Go to the feed. We have a non-reactive polling version. So here we have it fetches and gets the data. async function upvote post, yada, yada. But now we have, thing we're here for, the reactive version. We create this event source /API/posts, add event listener, init, and we set posts to be updated posts. And then when an update comes through for this event listener, we pass it as an updated post. We define an async function upvote. It uses the post ID passed, has errors. Yeah, nothing too fancy here. I will say there's no client-side like optimistic mutation stuff where we're not going to show you the post is successfully upvoted until we get the new event from it. So it seems like it's pretty simple for actually using it. Like I was expecting there to be a custom hook or some React code being provided, but no, this is just a backend framework. You create an event source from this backend, like URL, and then just get updates. Cool. I've never seen event source used in such a vanilla way in React like this. It's cool. Crazy to think that your reactivity layer is that simple here, but seems to be. So let's look at the actual backend service for this now, because I want to see more. Service with initial data. We have initial data that we get passed in this function, resources, posts resource. And then we create the graph, takes in the input collections, and it returns post with upvotes, input collections.posts.map. Oh, this is getting effecty. Yeah. Passing this .map custom function that posts has, because it's a collection. And you pass it these different things it gets mapped through. So it runs through post mapper, then it runs through input collections.users, then it runs through input users, upvotes, map, upvote mapper. We got these classes for the upvote mapper that defines how it maps the entry. Post mapper, which is similar. It defines how we actually pass data and map it between a post and a user, as well as upvotes. So we have a unique post. We then, from upvotes, get all of the values that match this key, .length. And we do the same for the author, wherever it matches the post.author ID. And now we have this mapping that allows for a change to a post to affect other things properly. Sorting mapper. I'm starting to see who this is for, and it is not for me. This is for big, complex data layers that have very specific auto-updating needs. Like this here, like the code in this file is more code than I might write this entire service in. And none of this code actually does anything. This transforms the data as it exists on your database into the streamed shape that we can now consume on client. But the actual backend is not here at all. That's all in this Python web services file. This is meant to be think like some legacy service or microservice some other team makes. The point here is we have the web service. We then build our skip-based React service on top as a layer in between this pile of random things, be it databases, microservices, whatever, and our actual web application. So we have create post, we grab params from the request, we grab the title, URL, and body, all from the params. With getDB as DB, with db.cursor as current.execute, insert in, we insert this value into the database, right into the reactive input collection, requests.put, reactive service URL, inputs, posts, post ID. So this is the update to that reactive service layer saying, hey, we have a new post, just so you know, so that service can then trigger the update for the client. They haven't actually implemented upvote as using the current user ID. It just uses the ID of 0. Fun. Meant to be a simple demo. But then again, if we look at Let's post index. Okay, so we have the non-reactive version here that's commented out. But we have this reactive version. If a request stream, or if an event stream is what's being requested, or it's an acceptable MIME type based on the request properties, then we will stream in the posts. Otherwise, we'll just return them. Redirect f/streams/UUID. Oh, okay. So if you can accept an event stream, we figure out which key you should be streaming from, and then we redirect you there, which means there should be /streams somewhere in here. No? Does this not have /streams on it somewhere? Or does that just come from that other layer? I thought that it would need the URL in front, wouldn't it? Like the reactive service URL? My assumption would be when we do this redirect that we'd have to put the URL like that there. I don't know if it's a bug or not, or if I'm just not understanding. But it is very interesting. I see people making comparisons to Relay, and those are definitely accurate. It's very meta-brained. The idea of like everything being a reactive graph of updates that's very strict but very reliable. It's how Facebook has always architected their data stuff. Here's the actual init for that JavaScript reactive service, the thing that actually runs skip. We have a select all function that uses the Postgres database. We select all from that database for everything from a given table. And then we have our initial values, which is all the posts, all the users, and all the upvotes. Obviously not a realistic way to run a service like this, but for the sake of a demo, I get it. It is not the easiest thing to, like, in your head, glue all of this together, though. So let's go through this tutorial quick. These are good callouts. From the outside, reactive services can be treated similarly to streaming sources. They push real-time updates to clients and other subscribers, supporting smooth real-time user experiences. But unlike event-based streaming frameworks, skip programs are written in a declarative style. Instead of reasoning about updates directly, you write the code that reasons about a current snapshot of state. And the skip framework automatically processes changes and keeps everything in sync. That makes sense. So in most frameworks, you write code that is all about the updates. Like your run update or do change function is usually the thing that's really long. The trade-off here is the do change function will be smaller, but the definitions on how all the other things relate will be larger. So instead of when a user checks out, you manually empty the cart, you manually add things to the order history, you manually change their tracking state, you manually change these 15 things, you just change the state of the cart and everything else flows from it as a result of that change. But you do that by defining a computation graph. Yeah. So when you call map on a collection, the result's a new collection, similar when you call it on an array. It doesn't change the original array, it creates a new one. So this new collection depends on the original as its source of truth. And you can now create a collection of a collection of a collection, and you're now creating a graph of what these things are. Obviously, if you're depending on things like a global mutable state for this, you're screwed. So their solution to prevent this is that they recommend you use a mapper class to define reactive computations, and that will help you avoid most problematic cases of untracked dependencies. You know, the classic like use effect missing a dependency problem? That can get real bad on your backends. Streams paths in the runtime service. That's what I expected. I'm just curious why it doesn't need the URL there then. Interesting. Cool. Thanks for the heads up on that. Back to here. Let's consider an example reactive service, powering a real-time feature in a social media application with the following simplified types. Type user ID, group ID, then type user, which has these fields. Type group has basic boring fields. We want to display to users which of their currently active friends are members of some group. So we filter the group's members by one intersection with the current user's friends, because a user has friends, which is a user ID array, and the group has members, which is a user ID array. The catch here that makes this not fun is this new shape that appears is the array of user IDs and all the groups they're in so that we can show this user what groups their friends are in. There is no easy way to just force that in because friends here is just a user ID array. So this doesn't have the right data. So we have to have a new collection effectively of friends and groups, or friends and their groups almost, which has their user ID as well as all the groups they're in. But that's not as simple as just checking who your friends are. Especially because your friends are all users and they have this data. Notice that they don't have an array of group IDs. So for each friend, you have to go to the group. So for each friend, you have to go through all the groups and find all of the ones that have that ID in their members. As they call out, it is far from trivial to maintain an up-to-date information. Or, as they call out, it's basically impossible. As they call out, it is far from trivial to maintain up-to-date info in a real-time setup with group membership lists, user friend lists, and user activity states all changing constantly. Skip's designed to bridge the gap, letting you express the moment in time logic and leave updates and state management to the framework. Let's see the example. So we pulled the initial user and group. Should I read this part first? There's too many keywords. We'll skip that bit. Cool. In this example, we pull initial user and group data from an external source of truth database, exposing a single resource called active friends, and define a reactive computation of the active users in each group. So we have service input, which is an eager collection of users and groups. We have resource inputs, which is that same eager collection of users, but also activities to let us know who's currently active. So we have this mapper class, active users, which maps group IDs, groups, and user IDs, takes in the users collection, and it goes through groups.member. Oh, look at that. They have a ligature that's bad in their font here. Common mistake. This looks terrible, though. Please fix that. God. Groups.members.filter UUID. So now for each active user, we have this mapped value where we get unique instances where this group has this user ID and is active. Yeah. So we go through all the members of the group and we find the ones where they are active. So now we load the initial data, the users and the groups, all from the database. We create the service. We pass it all the users in the groups. We give it the resource of active friends. We tell it to create the graph with the service inputs, returns resource inputs, const actives equals input group map active users input.users return users input.users actives. Starting to click. The service operates over two input collections, one for users and one for groups. It passes some resource inputs to its resources, which is a reactively computed collection activities, which is the set of active users in each group, along with the user's input collection. This actives collection is the output of the static computation graph, produced by mapping over the input groups and filtering out users that have the active flag set. Since this only has to be done once for the entire service, it can be maintained at all times. But now we want to expose a resource that's parameterized by a user ID, which will be queried or subscribed to by a client to view all of their active friends in each group. Maintaining, this is where this starts to get valuable, is if you wanted to create this type of service for every user on your site, it is not fun. And I've seen the code to do things like this at Twitch. Whew, it is not fun at all. And if the framework solves it for us with this pattern, this could be very well worth it. So now we have the filter friends, same one-to-one mapper, map values, user ID array, and we go through and filter if this.user.friends includes that user ID. So we have the array of user IDs, and we only include the ones that this user is friends with. That makes sense. And we super the read-only user because that is the person who this instance is for. Now we have active friends. Active friends is a constructor of JSON. Needs to take in this user ID, and it sets it once we give it to it. Because again, this is meant to be the active friends of a given user ID. So we pass this active friends resource, the user ID, call instantiate, and in instantiate, we get that user, and then we map over activities, and then we map over actives, which is the people who are active, filter friends in this user, which results in getting all of the active people and only returning the ones that are your friends and are active because this is the set of active. So we start with active users and we call filter friends. We pass it the user so that it can use that as one of the parameters because we expect that here when we create filter friends. It's starting to click. Okay, this is a much better example. Okay, this still is like verbose for what it's doing, but it's clicking. I'm seeing the power of it. They have mocked data here for simplicity's sake. But when you realize how complex these data mappings are, the reason this exists starts to make more sense. When you deeply understand how tough it is to make this performant at scale, the benefits of these patterns start to make even more sense. Let's learn about their functions. Because we can't just change our database and expect everything to work. We need our actual update functions, the things that trigger these changes that the client calls, to behave in a way that Skip can handle. Skip mapper functions must be side effect free and deterministic in order to reliably and intuitively run in the Skip runtime environment, which will reevaluate them and reuse the results. Yeah, if you depend on things that are external and mutable, you're screwed. That could be something as simple as creating a new date. If it's not explicitly part of the function's definition, you don't know if that is a dependency or not. So deterministic behavior is important as it is in any functional reactive setup. But let's see some examples. Mappers must implement the skip mapper interface and define a map element function. We did see this in all those examples. Has to be a class and it has to extend to their mapper or it won't work because they want to be explicit about all dependencies. But just for an example of where this would break down, if we had this code here, let's put it in the Hacker News thing for now. If we had this active user by group map here, and we actually wanted to filter for users that have been active in the last 30 days, I could do const 30 days ago is new date.now with this. And then in our filter or map function, only grab users that have been active since this point in time. This has a dependency now on an external mutable thing, which is the time of day. If you run this function at a different time, even if the inputs haven't changed, even if the data hasn't changed, the result will be different because you're running it at a different time. And these types of subtle dependencies that exist in your reactivity chains can result in very unexpected behaviors. And while they're handling this for inputs, it doesn't seem like they have a good solution for these types of subtle sneak-in dependencies. Very interesting. Here's an example of if you have like a view that shows how many users are in each group, you can create a count users that returns values to array.length. And now there is this new collection, count users, that is based on user groups that gives you a much smaller value. So down the wire, less is being sent. Interesting. So I guess the functions page doesn't actually tell you anything about how to actually trigger updates. Does any of this? Resource, each expecting HTTP query parameter UID. Okay, that's cool. So it doesn't just perpetually create these resources. This one was created when the user makes the request for the active friends for a given user ID. But when the client terminates, be it they close the page, they turn off their internet, anything happens, eventually that resource will be garbage collected by skip after a period of inactivity. So you might have thousands of these collections and these resources being instantiated as users do things on the service. Interesting. Also very interesting, you get a stream by the UUID. So every data stream just gets its own UUID generated for it. So you're not requesting /streams/user collection/something. The stream itself has the unique ID. This kind of reminds me of how, like with GraphQL, you stop having unique endpoints for everything. You just have the single GraphQL endpoint you post to. In a lot of ways, this feels like the real-time evolution of GraphQL. There's a reason that subscriptions never became blessed with GraphQL, and this is actually quite possibly why. Asynchronous reads from reactive resources. Reactive service. I want to read more examples. I have this code base. I'm just going to go through it. Skip runtime TS. It's getting all these depths so it shuts up. Remove once global event source. Makes it out of experimental and node LTS. Cute. I just installed skip runtime helpers. Maybe because I don't have the directory sourced right, whatever. Wait, fetch JSON. That's the client side. Let's database server. Is run coming from, okay, here. Service.put, okay. New skip service broker, okay. If you're looking for the magic of how this all comes together, here it is. This is an example, a database server. We have app.get/users. This is an API for getting users for some user-facing application. Service.getStreamedUID, service obviously being the service we initiated with the skip service broker. This is the thing that actually faces users for this example. We stream from users, and then for a given UUID, we redirect them to the V1 streams for that specific UUID. In this case, for the user's collection. Now you're able to get users from the service. And you can also get a specific user ID in a similar way here, where we get array and then serialize this user. Okay. But the part that's magical, the thing that makes this all come together, is when we look at these puts and delete endpoints. These are the things that previously would have been much harder to write or required the client to, after doing the delete, go do some additional thing, like fetch more data. Super common. Just open up your network tab more often when you delete a row from a table or you add or remove a friend from a friend list. It almost always is going to make two requests. It'll make the request that's like the post, patch, delete, whatever, to do the change, but then it will have another request to update the data. What's cool here is that change will come through an existing stream and you don't have to write any code to do it. So here we have app.put, user with an ID, a given parameter. Insert or replace into data, ID object, values, this ID and this object. So we take the param ID and the request body, and we serialize these and pass them into the database. So we're actually creating a new or updating an existing user with this ID with this new data. Then we call service.put users key data. What we have done here is effectively an optimistic update, but it isn't in the traditional sense because it isn't just like the database would have sent the update to our service. We are effectively synchronizing the change in our database to our skip service by telling it, hey, there was a put action on the user's collection for user with this given ID, the key, and here is the data. This is the value associated with that key for that collection. And now, any additional collections that are dependent on that through mappings will have the update flow through them to give them that result. And again, similar, we have delete. So first, we delete from the database. Then we call the service.delete key users, this key, to delete from the collection users anything that matches this given key. Then we res.status 200 send with JSON, and we're done. But there is no additional code here or additional code on the client to trigger the change. And that's where this all comes together. Is it way more boilerplate than it would be to just write some basic CRUD endpoints? Sure. But the result is when you call a service.call for a thing that changed, no additional logic has to be written for that change to be reflected on the client. And the client here is super, super simple. We have up here our event source, which is URL/users. When it initializes, it prints whatever the init data is. When it updates, we log the update that occurred. Because again, the event source just triggers when the data changes. We call this fetch put call to update user ID 123 to have this new data, name Daniel, country UK. We can call the getter here to see the result of that, but it's already going to call this update caller because when the delete happens, it just works. I wonder if this will actually run. Let's try it. Can't find Express. Where the fuck is Express adept for all this? Are they using NPM workspaces? That's kind of annoying. I'm not getting this fucking stuff running. What the fuck's Scargo? I know the example folder has its own package JSON and it's missing almost everything I need. It doesn't have Express in it, and these things are expecting Express. Style Express, maybe. Okay, that might have done it. Okay, what's this mad about? SQLite error. Maybe I didn't configure. Does it not have like a default database? Or is this just not installed? SQLi3 is here. Okay. Has a DB SQLite. Okay, what's the problem? No such table data. Fuck. The easiest way to do this. Here, I'll db dot run. Cool. Look at that. The fuck? Why is it listening on 8082? Oh, do I need to run this separately? Yeah, I do. Okay. So many parts. Silly of me thinking that's all I needed. Okay. Bun run database.ts. Third time's the charm. There we go. Cool. Hit some edge. Whatever. We got it to actually run though. So we see again, init gets run. We then call that set call to user123. And immediately we get back update. Because again, if we look at the client code here, we have the event listener for whenever an update occurs. And then we do the set call, which is this fetch put to send the update. We immediately call the get, by the way, so that we can see the response and see the thing that has been changed. But what's interesting here is this still comes after the event update comes through. Because pushing down an existing event stream will always be faster than doing an additional request to get that data. In fact, it would even be possible before this put request resolves to have the update trigger, which is so cool because you don't have to manually now in your client set up logic to do this thing. And then when it is done on complete or like after it runs, then go trigger the update, which I have written so many times. This is really cool. It is not for the faint of heart. I would say if like you've watched my GraphQL videos and you're not qualified for that, this is like yet another tier deeper. It's like if you want the Supabase style of automatic updates, but your scale is millions of users instead of hundreds, this makes a lot of sense. But damn, it is certainly not for everyone. And now the thing I've been dancing around, skip a lang. Is there any info on this? Maybe on the site? Is there any resources on skiplang? Like, what in here is using skip? Interesting. The same. Yeah, it's Vuex. Okay, this is the same thing. It hasn't been touched in like 5 years. I think I got to film a new intro. Okay. I think I have a new structure for this video in my head. I'm going to redo the intro. Not sure where we'll fit this bit. I also want to refilm this whole thing. This is a really cool thing. Yeah, we can put everything I've done so far as like a second channel vid or a third channel. Yeah, this can be a throwaways and skip V0. And I will label that accordingly. Skip a longer exploration. Not sure if we'll ever bother with this one, but it could go on throwaways. Let's refilm this. Cool. Marker, skip main channel vid. Skip the framework. Cool. We'll go with it. I think it's fair to say that React kind of changed how we build applications, at the very least on the client side. It turns out that the component model and the reactivity model are a pretty good way of building. Even if you don't like React itself, that model has caught on and is being used by frameworks far away from the React world, even ones that existed before React did. But the backend hasn't seen that same significant change. While we are finding new languages and patterns and cool things to do, it feels like the relationship between backend and frontend hasn't meaningfully evolved since GraphQL. Obviously, we have cool stuff like TypeScript and tRPC, but this idea of a reactivity graph that goes from your database to the actual user loading the data, it hasn't really been unlocked. And that's not despite some effort. Or that is, it hasn't been unlocked until now. Because Facebook and Meta have been working really hard. And Vuex, Christopher Chadeau, one of my favorite devs ever, just announced Skip, the reactive framework. The way he described it is, it's something like React for the backend, and it is really cool. Vuex is not just creating this one-off thing for fun. He's also the creator of Prettier, it's Recoil, right? Yeah, cool. Vuex isn't some random dev. He's the creator of Excalibur, of Prettier, and of Recoil, which is one of the more powerful state management libraries in React. He's pretty much as deep as you can go. And when I say deep, I mean it, because Skip started as a programming language. So if you want to hear all about the history of Skip, this crazy new framework and paradigm for building, it's almost like the sequel to GraphQL in a lot of ways. Make sure you stick through this quick sponsor break. Anyways, I just spent a lot of time deep diving on all of this, and I think the whole deep dive is going to end up on my other channel, Theo Throwaways. There will be a link in the description if it does. Anyways, let's figure out what is going on here. First, I want to show you guys the beautiful website. Where is it? That's not the beautiful one. Here it is. First, I have to show you guys the website because it's stunning, especially for a newer project that also isn't that new. There have been pieces of Skip floating around at Meta for a while, and they are actually using this for a lot of stuff. But Skip's an interesting framework because it's not like an alternative to Express or Nest or Next.js or any of these other things. It is a layer that goes between a bunch of backend services, data sources, whatever, and your client. Similar to how a GraphQL service lives between your backends and your similar to how like a GraphQL service lives between your other services, your databases, your microservices, whatever, and your clients. This fits in that same spot. As they describe it, it's a simple, comprehensive abstraction for building real-time features that are efficient and debuggable. It's not an easy path there, but it definitely does do that. Their goal is to simplify your state, similar to how React solved this whole category of bugs with the graph of components. You've hopefully seen an image like this before of React as a tree. If you have the app component and it has two children, inspiration generator and fancy text, and then inspiration generator has children of its own, there's now a clear dependency tree from top to bottom. If inspiration generator had some state, and we wanted that state to get to fancy text, you're kind of screwed. Because in React, the state has to live in a parent in order for the children to have access. If the child owns it itself, it can do whatever it wants with it, but nothing higher up or to the side of it has access. Only children will have access to that state. This has costs, as I'm sure we've all seen, where you move some state up too high and now everything re-renders. What we don't give this model enough credit for is how many problems it solved. It was very common before React for you to work on a feature where you click a button and then something changes, but now you have to manually tell it every place to change. Like if I hit the delete item from cart button on Amazon, now I have to update state in like 15 different places, but I don't remember to go rerun the thing that generates the icon in the corner. Even if I've updated the state properly, I might still see 13 items in the corner when I should only have 12. And that's what React basically made go away with this reactivity model at the cost of re-rendering. Now with stuff like compiler, we're solving those costs, but the model itself has its benefits and negatives. There is the cost of having to be declarative and having to rerun everything when a change occurs, but there's the benefit of you'll never have anything out of sync ever. You don't even have to define the logic for the updating because the graph itself is what defines the updates. Thank you, Gamer Girl. Good seeing you as always. And this absolutely simplifies our state. We've seen this in React. We've seen this with tools like React Query. We've seen this in other frameworks and spaces as well. It is very powerful. So what actually is Skip? They keep using this term runtime to describe it, and it feels weird, but I think it's fair, especially when you consider the fact that it is written in a combination of their custom language, Skip, as well as straight up C. Yes, 20% of this repo is just raw C, which is kind of insane. Yeah, the runtime is interesting. It's the way that you define these collections, they call them, and the relationships between them. And this Skip runtime lives between external services and the application that users are actually going to consume. The TLDR of how it works is you import things like your services, streams from other places, as well as databases, all as collections. You map them in TypeScript to new collections that have the more specific things you want. So if you have a database table with all your users and you want to have your friend list, maybe, the friend list can be derived from the user table, but it is a new collection. And after you've created those maps, you can create more complex logic that's all reusable from them that then gets piped to your client, which can subscribe to real-time updates. So if one of my friends deletes their account, the user table changes, that means my derived friend collection changes, which means the friend list the user's seeing should change. Or if the friend changes their name, it should be able to hydrate that change all the way to the user's friend list. And that's what makes this cool. Before we dive too deep in the code, I want to make a few things very clear. First and foremost, this is one of the most production-ready things I've talked about in a while because they're actually using this for real stuff at Facebook. And this is a project that's been worked on for years. It's not some random new hobby project. It's not some throwaway thing like my way of dealing with server actions when Next.js 14 dropped. This is a real, legit project that a lot more time is going to go into. That said, I don't think almost anyone who isn't working at Meta should be using this just yet. It is refined in the sense that it can handle production workloads. It is new in the sense that it just dropped for the public, and it is not ready to be used outside of its very specific intended way. I know that because I've spent a lot of time in this repo over the last hour and a half, and it's a journey. So let's go through their mental model real quick. Did they have the thing I think I have in the intro? It's the maps and collections bit I want to get to. Yeah, cool. The two key pieces of the skip runtime are collections and mappers. Collections are sources of data. They're like the pile of data. Like, just think of it like an array of things. And then there are mappers. Mappers are things that create a new collection out of a collection. It's like running .map on an array. You get a new array. A mapper cannot change the content of an existing collection. All it can do is make a new collection out of an existing collection. And when you do that, like let's say you make a friends collection out of the user's collection, there's a direct path now from the user collection to my friend list collection. It's also worth noting that a collection can be eager, so it has all of the data constantly, or lazy, so it doesn't actually bother getting the data until it is requested by something downstream. Let's look at the example from their code base. Ignore all the errors. As I said, they do not seem prepared for people to actually dive in here yet, but that's why you guys are here, so I can do the suffering. This is a fun little service. We'll start by looking at the database server. We define our skip service. We import SQLite because we use the database to get things. We have our little helper run function here. You can ignore most of that. Now let's look at the actual endpoints we're defining. This is all using Express. So we have the user's endpoint. We call service.getStreamUUID. So this is one of the interesting quirks of how skip works. You don't request /skip/stream/user/ID. Every stream comes from the same endpoint, /v1/stream/UUID. This UUID is created by skip to represent a specific instance of a specific collection. So we tell the skip service that we want the user's collection, which there's just one user's collection for all the users from the database. That might not be the one you want to expose to users, but in this case it is. So we get the UUID for users, then the UUID, and we redirect the user's request to localhost 8080/v1/streams/this user ID, or /this UUID. By doing this redirect now, the user gets sent to the thing that streams all of the user data. So now if things change, they can have an event listener that catches it. The code for that's really simple. This code can work on the server or the client, anything that is JavaScript and has event source. You create the event source literally just as the URL/users in this case. That then becomes this redirected stream URL. So now we have an event source for the stream. We have an event listener for when it's initialized, which will quickly log out the initial data. We then have an event listener for updates. Whenever an update occurs, we now get the update. And that's all of the code for that. And it is actually that simple. I'll show some client examples in a bit, like in actual React code. So now we do this fetch JSON, even though it says fetch, it's actually a put. It goes through fetch, whatever. where we're updating user with the ID 123, and we're changing their name to be Daniel, and we're setting their country to UK. Let's look at that code. We have app.put here, user ID. We get the key from the parameter. We get the data from the body of this put request. So that's the thing we sent there, this body. So we have both of these. We have the key and we have the new data we want in the database. So we use our database runner. We insert or replace into the current table, which is just named data. We pass it the ID, the object, find those values, we pass them here. Cool. Typical SQL, we've all seen this. Here's where things get fun. Dot then, so after the database query runs, service.put users, so the user collection, where this key is the identifier, we want to update the data. This one line here is all it takes to trigger an update to anything ever that is depending on this user. As long as all things coming from that user data from the database are mapped from it, or a collection that was mapped from it, and you can see how the graph would work, where we could be 20 to 100 layers down, where this user's collection is still the original source of truth. This one service.put call then triggers all the dependencies to update. There is no code you have to write that says this table should go update, and then this thing should go update, and then this thing should go update, the way that we're used to, where I'm sure we've all written with React Query on complete of the post call or whatever. We then go and validate 15 things so they all refetch. There is none of that. And I can prove it because when I actually run this code, it does some fun things. We see the init response. So we see actually that 123 is Daniel because that's what it was set to because I ran the code before. And since the value was already set to that, no update happens. But if I nuke the default database state, we'll see the update comes in before that second get call comes in. So first we have the init. Let me get this in view proper. First we have this init call, which is, again, how it starts. I'll space it out like this. Cool. Yeah. There we go. Retake on that. So first we have the init, which I showed at the top. Go back to client file. Cool. 4 times the charm here. First, we have this init call. The init has all the data that comes through on the event source being created initially. Then we have the set call. This is when we send that post call to update the user to have a different name, Daniel. We immediately have this update come through before the get call we do after even runs. So here we are getting user 123. So we're actually trying to get from the database the user that has this ID. This comes through after the stream sends the update because it is so much faster to have an existing connection send you the update. Super cool. The delete failed because one of the endpoints died. Don't have to worry too much about that, but you get the idea. The update comes through, and that is with no custom code being written, which is, again, the magic part. Once you've set everything up properly, which is not easy to do, the result is a change will always trigger all dependencies, all clients that have those dependencies, they'll see the change immediately. Getting there is not easy, though. You have to manually define all of these layers. If we actually look at the database TS file here, for example, we'll see how these collections are defined. We have type user, which is a name and a country. The user collection is an eager collection with the key string, the value user. We have the class user resource, which implements the resource user collection. Has an instantiate helper, it takes in the user collection and returns the actual users. And from here, we set up the service. This is with no mappings, by the way. This is just one single collection. It still has all of this. We await a new promise to create the data layer. And nothing too interesting here. Cool. So yeah, as I was saying, this is all you need to create one collection, but it's still quite a bit. And you have to instantiate the service with its initial data, its resources, and the create graph function that creates all of the dependencies, which again, here, there aren't any. But if we go to the example they have here, which is actually a pretty compelling example, we have user ID, group ID, both boring standard types. Then we have the user type and the group type. User has name. It is a Boolean for if it's active or not. And it has a friends value, which is an array of user IDs. And then there's group, which is a name, and it has a members array, again, of user IDs. Let's say you wanted to know, let's say you wanted to see all of your friends based on whether or not they're active, grouped by the groups they're in. That is not a trivial grouping to do here. Even in SQL, this would be kind of annoying. The logic seems pretty straightforward. You filter the group's members by one intersection with the current user's friends and also their active status. But it is not trivial at all to maintain up-to-date information in real time as like a user changes their username or their active status changes or the groups they're in change. Getting the current state to the user is not a fun problem to solve. So the way they've defined this is we have the active user collection, which is a map. Sorry, this is a mapper. So the way they define this is using an active user mapper that takes a group ID, a group, and a user ID array. It's mapping one-to-one out of that. Takes the group and it returns the user ID array, but we filter out anyone who isn't active. So the goal here is to just give you the active users from a given group. Then we get our initial data, which is all the users and all the groups. And then we create this first layer with our graph. We take all of the groups from our input, we map them with active users, which results in all of the active users for a given group. Now we can return users, input.users, actives. And now we have these two derivative collections that come from the initial data combined with the resources, combined with these mappings. This example service operates over two input collections, one for users and one for groups. It passes some resource inputs to its resource, which is a reactively computed collection named actives, which is of the set of active users in each group, as well as the user's input collection. The actives collection is the output of the state computation graph, which is produced by mapping over the input groups and filtering out users that have the active flag set. Our service wants to expose a resource, parameterized by a user ID, which can be queried or subscribed to by a client using the user's active friends in each group. So here is the filter friends mapper. This mapper, again, group ID, user ID array, one more user ID array here, because that's the final result. Takes in the UIDs, which is the user IDs from the group, and it filters ones that are your friend. So it keeps them if they're friend of this.user, and it doesn't if they're not. So this allows you to take the current user's friends and only return the user IDs from a given group that are that friends. So now we have our active friends collection that does this mapping for us. In the instantiate, we can see how it does it. User is input group, or the user is input.users.getUnique with this.user ID, because this.user ID is the thing we passed here for the user we're getting the info for. And now that we have this user, we also have their friends. And we can now pass this as part of the constructor to the filter friends mapper, and it will go through all the active people, and it will map the ones that are your friends, and it knows who you are when you pass the user here. It's a bit convoluted, and the control flow isn't super clear. I think this arguably should go first, because this is what you hit, and then it passes that user that it gets the user ID for over to filter friends. It is kind of hard to mentally model because it's one of the most functional paradises I've seen, where it has the single source of truth and it's trying to send that down through side effect free functions. But we're defining everything very OO with these classes. So it's a bit of a set of mental hurdles to jump. But when you see what it's enabling, it is very, very cool. Because this admittedly hard to digest code enables us to, on the client, seamlessly request the user's active friends. And now when a user's status changes, a user's name changes, or a user's groups change, the client just sees the update with no additional code having to be written. I promised client-side code, so let's take a look at it. Here is an example for their Hacker News clone that I tried to get it running. There is no world in which this code is going to run. I am sorry. But here is the feed component. They have a pulled version here by default, but that's not what we're going to use. We're going to take a look at the reactive version. They create an event source. They have an event listener for when the init event comes through, and we set posts to be updated posts. I would name this initial posts to be a little clearer, because we have up here posts, set posts, use state, post array. So the event source, when created, fires the init, which sets the default state for posts. And then when an update comes through, it comes through with all of the posts. So we just rerun the set update, so we just rerun the set post function with the new set of posts. And then to make a change, we just have a post call. Confusing since we're getting posts. I mean post method call that triggers the update. And as long as the backend is implemented properly, this should automatically come through and you'll see the update on your end as a user. The reactive service layer here, if we take a look, does it not have the... I thought this would have the like change stream when the post creation happens. Does not have that anywhere in it? Nope. Cool. I don't actually know if this is completely implemented. I don't see where upvote would actually trigger the change. Is it here? Yes, where are we? Okay, cool. Cut from when I was in the client file to where I'm about to go. This is a fun example because it has three pieces. It has the www, which is the actual web app. It has the reactive service, which is the skip layer that does the binding between backend things and the front end experience. But it also has the web service, which is a Python project that is meant to be the backend for this fake app. So you can almost imagine this is how it was originally written. And then a new requirement for the app to perform better, or you're making a new mobile app and you want it to update automatically. This is how you would add that, by adding something like skip in between your existing backend or microservice layer and the front end. So in here we have so for actually getting the posts to that skip layer, we have the check if event stream is supported. And if it is, we just pass you on to the event stream from the reactive service URL. And if not, we hand you a snapshot instead. We have app.post, posts for creating a post. We have all of our DB calls to actually get it in the database. But the way that we trigger the update through skip is our microservice here calls the reactive service URL /input/post post ID with what changed. So now our skip service knows that this particular collection had a new entry added to it. so it can then, through its graph, trigger the right updates for the client. Or if the user doesn't upvote by calling /posts, post ID upvotes, we don't actually use the user's ID here because I don't think they have auth at all. So there's no current user. But once we have done the update in the database, we do the same thing where we call the reactive service and we tell it that there's this new upvote ID that has these properties, which then it triggers everything depending on upvotes to change too. So if the posts that you're rendering in the feed combine posts as they're stored in your database with upvotes as they're stored in your database, a change to either that affects the thing that you're consuming will trigger the update to come through. But that's the thing that I think is important to try and understand and have click with this model is when you change data, you have to do the data change. Then you have to tell Skip, hey, this is the data that changed. And then it handles all of the updates from there. In other systems, either you would not have this part at all, and you would expect the client to refetch when the change happens, or you would have this backend code hit 15 different services, invalidate like 20 different caches, and do all the things it needs to make sure everyone dependent on this data and every shape this data could be in makes its way to the client. Hopefully this helps clarify why it isn't for everyone. And what's even funnier is this is the like digested version. Previously, they were trying to ship a new programming language, and it turned out that's hard. As such, they changed the strategy. They built the core library using Skip, but they have people write code in JS instead, which has a much lower adoption barrier, but still has the same wins. So now that you've seen how high this adoption barrier is, hopefully you can estimate how much higher it was when they required you to write this in a whole new crazy language. Yeah, that's all I got on this one. It is a wild project that I'm actually very excited for. I don't think almost anyone should use this, but I think it introduces some really cool ideas that we can all learn a little bit from. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Very real. Is that video doing really well? I've had a lot of people say they're coming in from that. Oh yeah, that video is killing it. Good shit. Anyways. Yeah, it's been a long one. I'm 5 hours in and I started late. It's like 8 o'clock now. So good not having advent of code to worry about. I don't think this is worth keeping. I vote this dies. If you feel different, FaZe, feel free to recover it. I don't love the fact that we got 4 videos done, one of which isn't the main channel, despite being live for 5 hours. People saying it's been a long day, which it certainly feels like it has been. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while we recorded that one. Then we're going to get out of here. I already got you, NitX. Regardless, appreciate it. And then Addy throw in the gift as well. Over to Leah. Thank you so much for that. Let's figure out who we're rating. Oh, thanks to Strax for the resub too. Appreciate that a ton. I'll throw you guys a Griffing. Have fun with him. Might be live this weekend. We'll probably be live on Wednesday. If not, I mean, I'll be live on Wednesday anyways. I'm almost always live on Wednesdays. Hope you guys had fun with this one. I think we got a good bit done. I enjoyed it. Until next time, so long. And goodbye to YouTube as well.